we are here for Meet the Booktuber Thursday. I'm very excited about this because we have a lovely new booktuber with us. And this is Anna. Everyone,
Hi.
If you are not subscribed to Anna, this is your moment to do so. In the description, you just have to click the name, hit subscribe. It's very simple. I will let Anna introduce themselves in just a moment. But before we do, I am going to just tell you how I met Anna. I met Anna here on stream. As I meet most people. And then I got tagged in a video of Anna's because on the last Meet the Booktuber stream, we jump scared Anna with the Pomodoro Kitty in the middle of the video. We did. And I appreciate leaving it in because it was funny. It was in there. But then I proceeded to watch some of Anna's videos. And one thing that I love that Anna does, and I'm just going to talk about this type of video first, and then I will continue on, is that for wrap-up videos, Anna tries to do an experience with some of her books. So like if there's a baking thing in the book, she will bake a bread or something to go with it and take you along on the experience that kind of reflects something that's happening in the book. And I just think that's such a fun way to experience books. Mm-hmm. And I think it's really fun. So go over there. You can see what I'm talking about. But before we continue, I'm going to let Anna introduce herself. Let us know what we're reading. Then we'll go back up to me and Leandra because we're not as important. So,
okay. I'm Anna. My channel's The Liminal Season. And yeah, I think just in general, one of my like the most exciting thing for me to film is trying to experience my book and kind of like make it more personal to me instead of just like breezing through. And so that's kind of what I try to emulate in my videos, but sometimes I'm still getting there. As I've said in some of my videos, I'm like, it's a work in progress. I'm still trying to figure out exactly how. Yes. But for today, I will be reading Blood Marked with Brittany.
May we have coordinated possibly.
Oh my gosh, I love it. And you match the background, actually.
Oh yeah.
I mean, that was accidental. I didn't plan that.
It's really matchy, isn't it?
It actually really does. So
yes,
sure, I planned it.
It's perfect. Yeah, and I'm excited because I just finished the first one last month.
Nice. So it's like super fresh.
So it's super fresh. Well, it kind of is because I started it in December and then I had to return it because it was on audio. And so then I got it in March. And so there was like a break in between. But it's still pretty fresh. The ending is fresh. So that's what's important, I guess.
That's okay. I haven't read it since Clue. I read this during Get a Clue in November.
Okay.
Clue. So I haven't read the first book since November. Which I still feel like is fresh. Like, I feel like that's not too far, but in between that I forgot most things. Like, I feel like it's pretty, which is why I wanted to get to this before like it had passed too long. I was like, okay, let's get into it. So somehow we decided to buddy read. I don't even really know how this conversation came about, but it did.
You mentioned it on a sprint sometime that you were like, oh, I need to read Blood Marked. And I was like, I need to read it too. And we were like, let's buddy read. So,
and by then we knew we were doing sprints. So I was like, let's just start it on sprints. Like,
perfect. Yeah, that's right. We were like, let's just do it.
Things just sometimes organically happen here on BookTube. Like, you don't really have plans. It's just like conversations pop up and you're like, I don't know where this came from, but we're doing it. And it's great because I needed to get through this because it's on my Timmy's TBR for the month anyway. So like I needed to read this. And Anna's going to keep me accountable to actually reading books that are on my TBR, which I appreciate. Leandra, what are you up to?
Well, I probably will be doing some recording today in the first sprint, maybe some booktube watching and supporting. But I think I need to, like, I've got so many books that I want to read before the end of the month, but I think I need to prioritize City of Brass. I actually definitely do, because the audio will be taken away from me in like 2 or 3 days. And I'm like, oh my gosh, I still have so much to get through. It's going to be fine, guys. It's going to be fine. So I'm at the 40% mark. I haven't picked it up since my own sprint on Tuesday. But with the audio, I think I'm going to get through it really quickly. So I've convinced myself I need to get this done before the audio is taken away from me.
That's fair. Libby does that to us. It does force
Mhm.
us to prioritize reads at a more rapid pace than maybe we planned to. So
Mhm.
I understand. Let's see who's in the chat with us today. We've got James. James finished his stream and popped right over. Hello, James. I'm sorry that it decided to disable your chat again. Why is this happening? We're going to need to figure that out because I've had it happen once, but it wasn't like YouTube because the YouTube chat still worked. It was like YouTube wouldn't connect to StreamYard. So like there were chats on the YouTube end, but nothing came through to StreamYard. And I was like, that's not helpful to me.
Yeah.
But I've never had it like that the YouTube chat ends. So we need to figure this out because
I feel like we haven't had too many tech issues with StreamYard/YouTube in a while. So I don't like hearing that James is having issues because does that mean we're all going to start having issues?
I agree until last Tuesday, till the Colt Miss birthday sprints when all of YouTube went down.
Yeah.
Not birthday, pizza party sprint.
Birthday! Woohoo! Happy birthday,
When
Colt.
all of YouTube went down. And I was like on stream and I'm like, where did everybody go? It was a fun time, you know? We'll welcome the chaos in any way it decides to come, I guess. Reading Reckless by Elsie Silver, 76 pages left to go. I need to start this next week.
Which one is Reckless? Is it the next one? The second book or third?
One.
Fourth.
Fourth
Okay.
one. Yeah, it's like the orange one. I've been staring at these covers for a long time, so I know the colors too well, probably.
Leandra made all our graphics for sprints, and we appreciate that.
Thanks, guys.
But that means Leandra had to sit and look at the covers for long periods of time.
And decide which covers, because there's like 4 of them, and I just, yeah, there's a lot.
But speaking of Flawless and the Flawless read along, really quickly, since we're on topic, Leandra and Claire will be sprinting together on Sunday for some Flawless sprints. I can't make it, unfortunately, which is so sad. And I keep missing all the Flawless runs. So I decided that next Thursday, we're going to make them Flawless sprints up here on Thursday because I'm missing all the fun and that's unacceptable. So
it is.
That's unacceptable. So Claire and Leandra are going to try and pop in for Thursday for sprints as well. So that's our plan.
Perfect.
Hello to Levi. Hello, Jamie. James, good morning. Hello, Glenda. Reading How to End a Love Story. Ooh, Are you enjoying it? Hello, Joshua. Reading 0K. Or we'll be reading a lot. Is that the book's title? 0K?
Reading. I'm assuming. Yeah. Interesting.
Sounds like
Never heard of it.
Oh, I knew what you meant. No worries. That wasn't the part that I struggled with. I was like, is that the name?
That was easy.
That was easy. Oh, will they or won't they? Oh, I love this book. Or at least I think that's what it is. Will they or won't they? I hope you enjoy it. If it's not that book, let me know. Hello, Steph. Steph is reading Flawless.
Yes.
Oh, it is definitely Will They or Won't They if it's by Ava Wilder. I am correct. 25% in. I loved this book. So have fun. Hello, Jess. Jess is at 68 pages into Thistlefoot. Been kind of hard to get into. Not sure if it's me or if it's the world building or folklore descriptions are a lot right away, but I'm intrigued. So hoping to make a dent in it. You know what? Sometimes it's just not the right time for a book too. Like it that's where I'm at with my other read. I'm reading Big Town Small Magic as well. And I was very happy to put it down today to read Bloodmarked, to be really truthfully honest. It's cozy fantasy, and I don't know if that's the problem.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't read enough cozy fantasy to be like, is it me? Is it the book? Or is it the genre? I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
I don't even know. Oh, sorry.
Oh, no, go ahead. I was just going to say that it's funny because you said Big Town Small Magic, but it's Small Town Big Magic. And it just, that made me laugh. Those titles.
I didn't even notice.
Flip it and reverse it, and you
It's
got
fine.
Exactly.
Yeah. Hello. Joining on lunch and hoping to read for Timmy's TBR. 2 more books, then you're half done. 2 more books, then half done. You've got this. Working on my journal, and we'll probably continue with The Sword when I'm done. Hello, Stacy's reading Manacled. Oh, I am excited to hear your thoughts on this one. Hello, Coda. Hello, Brett. Hello, Greta. And Dee Dee's here. And Rainey is here. You can tell I'm surprised. I'm like, Rainey should be at work. And then I saw the next comment on lunch break. That's why. Hello, Beatrice. How are you? And everyone is saying hello to each other. It's a
Yay, all the love.
I'm trying not to miss the hellos amongst the hellos. If that makes sense.
Yeah, the hellos to us amongst the hellos amongst themselves.
Right, exactly. Hello, Cool Gamer. Hello, Michaela and Kiana, and Bethany is also here working, so we'll be in and out today. Going to read Binding 13 on my lunch break today. I'm really hoping to fit this in for Katie's read along, because this is Katie's series read along for her patrons. So I'm really hoping to get it in, but it's very chunky. Very large. The audio is split into 2 parts.
Oh. How long is the audio?
The first one was 15 hours, and I thought that was the whole book. And I was like, well, that's not that chunky. And then I realized it said part 1.
Oh, no.
Like,
and I went, oh. And the second one's 11 hours. So I'm not really sure why they split it into 2 audiobooks, because I've definitely seen audiobooks that are 26 hours long.
I've seen them do that with Fourth Wing, actually. I was talking about it with Danny because we were looking through, and like some of the libraries that I have on Libby have the entire thing. But then we noticed, we're like, wait, there's a part 1 and part 2. And I noticed that one library that I have through Libby only offers part 2. And I'm like, but what? What if someone, like, what do you mean? And I don't understand what their logic was. But maybe they accidentally only bought part 2 and didn't know. Yeah. Anyways, yeah.
About to work, but we'll try to sneak and listen. I love that people are like sneakily listening to us at work on a Thursday. Like, it's so fun. There's Claire. How are you, Claire? Our creator of the Chestnut Springs Along, our fearless leader, Claire, getting us through the series. I'm hoping to like it. I don't know if I'm going to like it. I will be shocked if I don't. But who knows? We'll find out.
Yeah. I feel like I might be the more risky one of the 3 of us. So obviously Claire loves it. I think I'm the bigger risk.
I kind of think you are too. But honestly, I could see me being like, Claire loves it. You're wherever you are, and I might be somewhere in the middle. Like, I feel like of our reading taste, that would be kind of how I could see it playing out. Or I could love it, or I could, although me and Leandra tend to agree on romance a lot. So like, who knows? Maybe we'll all love it.
That's obviously the ideal situation. That's the thing we're hoping for.
Hopefully. Hello, Ro. Been putting off reading Bloodmarked until the next one is released. I've read Legendborn twice now and love it. And I want to binge the whole series. Yes, the next one's coming out in 2025.
Oh, so next year.
For a while.
Yeah.
Yeah. I
don't plan ahead like that. I should, but I don't.
Yeah, I just know it will be released and I won't pick it up. So like, there's no point. Like, I'll pre-order it and it will sit on my shelf. For Sunbringer being a great example of how I may be really excited for a sequel and still not go right into it, just because it doesn't work. So if I have time to read the next one, I'm just gonna jump in, and I can always reread them or watch some like spoilery vlog catch-ups to remember what I forget. Hello, Christina. Just working on things today, and hugs to the like button. What are we all reading? I'm reading Bloodmarked.
Me too.
Brass and Bloodmarked.
Yeah, City of Brass.
There we go. Read Dawn of Onyx in December and reading book 2 now, and I feel like I can't remember what happened. I wish all authors put a recap at the front of their books.
Oh,
that would be a good idea.
That would be a good idea.
We have our first sub to Anna. And everyone, do as Kelly has done and do likewise. Now's your time. Follow directions. Just wanted to stop in and say hi. Hello, Michael. Good luck being productive. Thank you. We probably will need it. Listening to Once Gone. Feel you, Rainy, especially when the books are super long and I don't feel like rereading them for the new release. Absolutely. Luckily, I feel like now a lot of people will put like recap videos on YouTube, like especially for super popular series. You can find like a recap of, I know like for Ninth House and Hellbent, that's what I'm going to do because I know they exist. I'm not going to go back and reread them whenever. Well, I might because there probably is going to be like 3 years before that next book comes out. So maybe I will in that case, but you won't know what I mean. Libby Chicken.
Yeah, wish me luck, everyone. Wish me luck.
Playing Perpetual, Libby, send it to me later. I do this often. There's books that I keep saying no, not yet to for months now. It's fine. Totally fine. It's book 4. I started this morning. James, you're flying through that. Just subscribe to Anna. Weird plot. Serial killer makes victims look like dolls. Ooh. That sounds kind of creepy. Reading Master of Jinn. Nice. Need to do a deep clean of the bathroom today, film an update video for my channel, and make some phone calls before I can read, trying to get my life in order before my new job starts. Well, I haven't seen you since, or I haven't spoken to you about your new job yet. I knew that you were getting a new job, and I think I heard in Leandra's Sprints that you got it. But I haven't really gotten to say congratulations. So let me do congratulations on your new job. That's so exciting. Taking a shower in the first sprints as I just got back from a short gym sesh. Nice. YouTube has been weird too. I don't have any videos or streams or anything. My whole sub list was gone. This was Tuesday night while I was sprinting. My sprints had like 80 people in the comments and then it crashed to 0. And I was like, where did everybody go? But everybody was still there. It was just because the sub feed disappeared. So it made StreamYard think everybody left.
Yeah, they might just be. I feel like a lot of sites that they tend to do updates on Tuesdays as well. Like I think that Twitch or does Steam, another big networking site that does that, like it tends to crash on Tuesdays because it's supposedly the the night that we do the least on the internet. But apparently, yeah, we don't count.
It was a good time. I was like, where did everybody go? We'll be playing catch up on my read along for the Kiss countdown. Almost caught up. Nice. The book is 0K. It's about a man whose father is part of this technology program to preserve the dead and wake them in the future where they can be brought back to life. That sounds actually very interesting. That sounds sci-fi.
It does. It makes me think of Walt Disney. Didn't he pay to freeze himself? I think. I don't want to send a conspiracy theory. Someone fact check me. I don't want to.
Potentially. I don't know if that's true. I don't know.
I feel like I've seen like a movie or something, or like a commercial of that or something. But I don't know if it's true or not.
These are the things you learn on sprints, y'all.
I don't know.
Also, this is true. It's 12 hours until the release of Taylor Swift's new album. Did I plan to take all of tomorrow off because this is releasing? Yes, I did. You will strategically notice I am not on the internet anywhere tomorrow. Hello, Sadia. How are you? Hello, Paul. Thistlefoot has Russian folklore with Baby Yaga puppets, magic. Yeah. So it could be that I just can't get into that bit right now, but I've reborrowed twice on Libby, so I didn't want to push it again. There are books that I constantly borrow and then don't read, so don't feel bad. I do this often. It's fine. No one's like waiting for them usually, so it's fine. That could be why.
Could be more money, which is frustrating because who's buying it, like the libraries, and we shouldn't be making them spend as much money because they don't have that much funding.
Agreed.
But I was thinking also for like maybe like breaks, like people who want to read the first half and then in 21 days, not everyone maybe can read like a 20 or 30 hour audiobook in 21 days. But and so
keep it all together because Libby remembers where you were.
That's true. Yeah, that is true too. But maybe they're just thinking of like people fretting and then then they just keep the book for 21 days. Whereas there could be a quick turnaround where as soon as you finish it, you're going to return one and then so then maybe I don't know, like get through the list faster.
That's true. That's a good point. Rainy, we are not starting another ad. We're not. No. No. I refuse to accept this.
Yeah, Brittany's like, I will not be a part of another scandal on BookTube. Thank you.
I'm not doing this again. We will always be friends. You're stuck with me. It's fine. Chestnut Springs ruining friendships. Still haven't finished Sunbringer. It's all good. You know what? It's hard to read all the books. Have such a terrible memory that if I don't get the sequel when it comes out, I will forget it exists. This is infamous with ebooks for me. This is actually true. That's why I do pre-orders, because at least it'll be on my shelves to remind me that I need to read it for sequels. 40% into Flawless. I haven't had a lot of time to read this week. I mean, you're further than I am, so you're winning.
Me too. Further than me too.
You're doing better than both of us, so it's fine. Reading Serpent and Ruin, and we finally got our last inspection passed. I'm so glad, because I know this was happening. I was discussing it with you in the Discord, so I'm glad that you got that all figured out. Starting with the Star Trek, the 3-minute universe. So far, Scotty has been captured by particularly murderous aliens. Just for the summer. Nice. I'm sure you are excited, and I'm excited for you. And we love to see this. These are the comments we want to be seeing. Thanks for the rumor. Walt Disney's head was frozen, but it's not true. Oh, boo. That would have been a good rumor. Or like a good, like that's a good like myth about Walt Disney. I liked it.
I think it probably sprouted because he wanted to. Like he believed in the technology. So I think he wanted to be frozen or something. It probably obviously like ethically didn't happen.
That makes sense. I am also very excited for Taylor, but I'm also ready for sadness. That's why I'm taking the day off. Listening to it at midnight since I have work tomorrow. Have fun, Rainy. I don't think I'm going to listen to it at midnight because I want to like sleep. And then like I have a whole day tomorrow to just like
process.
Right. Exactly. Process all the emotions that brings up in me. It's like a therapy session. I wonder if that's her intention. Probably. We'll be listening to Taylor's album after work on Friday. I'm still very excited about it. Miss something. It's not ruining any friendships. Rainy just loves it, and if I don't like it, Rainy's going to defriend me. But she really won't, because I'm like a barnacle. Like I'm stuck to her. She's stuck with me. It's fine. We won't be friends forever. And have literally no books we have in common. That's how our friendship is. We actually just found another book the other day that we agreed on. And I think we're now up to like 7 whole books.
What?
Nice.
We might get to double digits someday, everyone.
Yeah, then you're gonna have to like reevaluate your friendship, because clearly you have similar tastes. Apparently,
it's very niche. It's a very niche set of books.
What was the last one you found?
At First Bite by Olivia Dade.
Mm-hmm.
We both gave it 4 stars.
For
almost exactly the same reasons. Like our discussion was almost exactly the same. So like we were very of the same mind.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. See?
Okay, I was just gonna look it up.
There it is.
Mm-hmm.
It's very good.
That looks so cute.
Yes.
There's a lot of depression representation in this book, so please go into that knowing that. There is also a lot of humor to offset the heavier topics, but it's very much shown on page, so like go into it in the right time and the right mindset to take that on. That's my caveat of the book. It's a great book though, and it's well done. It's just heavy. Mm-hmm. Hello, Tia, working and listening to Wild Love by Elsie Silver, enjoying it so far. So I don't know if you've noticed this, Leandra, but this is the spinoff series of Chestnut Springs, Wild Love. And everyone that has been reading it in my sprints, I've been asking, is it as good as Chestnut Springs? Like, obviously, you like Chestnut Springs enough to pick up the sequel series. So, like, which one do you like more? Is this just as good? Is Chestnut Springs better? And everyone I have asked this to, Tia, I have now thrown the question to you, has said they cannot choose. It's like picking their favorite children. Like, that has been the exact phrasing that I have been told by multiple people.
Really interesting.
Wow.
And is this the one there's like Off to the Races? Is that which series?
That might be the name of the series. I don't really know. I just
I think there's like a series that goes before, and then there's a series that comes after or something.
Yeah, this is the one that comes after.
Okay.
So I don't know how it's connected in any way, shape, or form, but I just know that it is. And I know that no one can tell me which one's better, like that they are equally amazing. But Tia, I'm throwing the question to you now because I've been polling everyone. Borrow books every new release Tuesday, but I don't read most. I ran out of time and didn't like a book and return it. Exactly. Your schools are a scandal. I missed what that was for.
Oh.
A casually Taylor Swift fan, so it's just another day tomorrow. That is totally fine. I probably have an unhealthy amount of relationship with this album release, but it's fine. It's fine. It's going to destroy me. Me too. I'm fully prepared to not survive tomorrow. It's fine. I think the album comes out at 11 p.m. for me, so I'm going to try and finish it tonight. Nice. I just think it will keep me up all night, so like that's not going to be a smart plan. Yes, I know. How is it here? How is it April 19th? It's in my calendar. That's how I remembered, because I put out album release day like so that I wouldn't book any sprints or do any. Like I have problems. It's fine. It's okay. It's fine. You're having to binge City of Brass. That's a lot for a few days.
Honestly, though, it's not that bad because I have the audio. I think it'd be tiring if I was just physically reading it. But having the audio, it's just like I'm kind of chilling out. And on Tuesday, I read 100 pages during sprint. So like I know I'm like if I just do, I guess it does average out to about 100 pages a day, doesn't it?
Yeah, but you can do that with an audiobook. I've seen I feel like on Tuesday you read like so much of that on your sprints.
Seriously. And I was juggling it with another book, and I also, once I get comfortable with the listening, I can speed it up too. Like once I have the world. So I'm going to get through it a lot quicker. So don't worry, Tennille.
How many hours is it?
I think it says I have 7 hours left.
Okay.
Like on my current
speed.
Yeah. And so, that'll be, I don't think that'll be that bad. So it's like if I read like 3 hours in a day, I'll be done in like 2.5 days, not even. So yeah.
That's doable. I love when you can tell like the amount of time you need, because that's more important than pages. Like pages are subjective depending on like the margins, the font type, the content, like pages mean nothing. But audiobook time, that is like the actual amount of time I need to finish a book.
Exactly. I'm like, okay, I know when I'm going to finish this book because it tells me.
I mean, we did God Killer in less than 2 days.
Oh yeah. We segmented it out. We're like, okay, it's going to take this many hours. Perfect.
Comes out at 9 p.m. for you, so I can get a normal amount of sleep.
Lucky.
Just saw First Bite and I think this is at First Bite. And thinking about getting it, I would. It was good. Off to the Races is part of the Gold Rush Ranch series that takes place before Chestnut Springs, which if I enjoy Chestnut Springs, I will go back in time and read that series. Hello, Jem. How are you? Just started reading The Hunger Games last night for nostalgia's sake. I approve of this message. Finished the new one a few weeks ago, and I'm remembering how much of a masterpiece this is. This is one of the few YA series that I loved growing up that I have reread as an adult and still like.
Yeah, same. I just reread them in the fall. So
yeah. I reread them last year and they still stand up. They're still good.
Yeah, they're really good.
All the other books that I read as a teenager, I question myself. I'm like, no, this man is 300 years old. Like, no, like there's this so many issues.
Yeah, like kind of we're like, this did not age well. Like, why was it appropriate back then? What's going on?
But I was 15, so I didn't know. But now as an adult, I'm still like, they've still got it. Off to the Races is the original series, and Wild Love is the spin-off series. This is everyone telling us about where the books fall. We clearly don't know what we're talking about. So
we're co-host, and I'm like, just tell me what book to read.
I only know the 5 books that I am supposed to be reading.
Yeah, that we are contractually obligated to read. Those are, yeah.
I don't know what's going on. I know no things. I always wonder why Violet didn't have a book and Theo did. Oh, that's with the spin-off series.
Mm-hmm.
There you go. 100% believe Hunger Games is a modern classic. I believed that for a long time. I predict that it would be studied in American Lit. I wouldn't be surprised if some classes are studying it now, to be honest. Gonna read Gold Rush Ranch because I love Chestnut Springs so much. Hunger Games were the first book I read this year. Yeah, they totally stand up. Oh, we have been talking for over 30 minutes.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm supposed to keep us to a 30, but it's hard when after this, the timer will alert us, but I'm supposed to be paying attention right now. And I was discussing Taylor and Chestnut Springs and not paying attention. So I'm going to star the comments and we are going to jump into our first sprint because I just noticed the time. Let's jump into our first hour. We're going to do hour-long sprints today, and I will see you in an hour. Hello, friends. I got to page 40 of Bloodmarked during that sprint, which is only 7% of the book. So you can see how chunky it is just by sheer fact of like, she's chunky, everyone.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, we jumped right back in. We jumped into it. So that's good. How'd you do?
Well, I did not read. I ended up filming the start of a new video because, of course, yeah, you get it, and now I'm juggling too many videos at once. It's fine. But I also ended up watching some booktube, and you know what? Maybe I am Libby's favorite child because I received a notification that my hold for City of Brass at a different library came in. So now I have the audio for another 21 days. I mean, I don't need it for that long, and I still will I'll read it today, but at least I can take my time with it. So that's kind of nice.
It takes the pressure off, for sure. Anna, how did you do?
I did pretty good. Well, I only got about 26 pages in. I'm on chapter 2.
I mean, that's impressive because I have the audiobook and I know that you did not get the audiobook.
Oh yeah, I didn't do the audio. I wish.
There's going to be a difference just to the fact that I'm not physically reading this with my eyeballs the entire time.
Yes.
So I can go and do other things and still keep reading.
Yeah, I know. I am not Libby's favorite child. So it was funny because I got the notification that I had Bloodmarked available about 2 weeks ago, and I was like, it's too early because we had just talked about doing the sprints and the buddy raid. And so I was like, oh, okay, there's enough time. There's only like one person in front, like one person on the hold. It should be fine. But it still says I have 2 weeks. So it's fine. I'll just read it.
Libby. This is like part of reading books is like lining up your books with your audiobooks. Like it's a challenge.
Well, you know how, so my question is like, so say you're like, okay, push it back until maybe like, we'll say April 20th. And then it gets, arrives to someone else and they say, push back until April 30th. And neither of you, like, no one's waiting on it. You both, does that mean they're just like holding it until,
Yes. Yeah. Then it's just, but then someone can theoretically come in and borrow it.
Just borrow it.
For longer than, and therefore you're not getting it on the days that you've set it because it's now borrowed to
someone else.
Yep. Yeah, for like 21 days, and the whole like don't deliver it until this day. It's at like minimum, so they're like, okay, well we won't deliver for a while, and it's just the process is it's a gamble. We're gamblers out here.
It's a whole set of book math that you don't think about.
No, we read words. That's what we're made for. Like,
there's too much math in reading is what we're learning. Too much.
Oh, gosh.
Yes.
We did have some people join us during that sprint. So let's start with the hellos and then we will see how everybody did. Denise is here. Hello, reading Norwegian Wood. Julie is here. Hello, Julie. Smokus Pocus is also here, currently reading Kings, Queens, and In-Betweens. Then we have Kelsey, who is working from home, but have been in meetings all morning. Boo. Now I'm on lunch reading The Whispers and hope to have a hopefully quiet afternoon at work. I hope that all your meetings are done and you can just like kind of relax while working, have a slower afternoon. Hello, Michelle. Just taking a break from work, currently reading Western Lane. Hello, Savin. How are you? Just home from the library. Oh, that's exciting. Gonna start the naturals. And unfortunately, Bree is sick today. And I'm so sorry to hear this, Bree. But you still have to get work done before vacation next week. And working from home, need to start the Lone Ranger today for Spiffbo. James finished Reckless and now is starting Hopeless. James is flying through Chestnut Springs. Absolutely flying. Because didn't you start Flawless this month, like with us?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure James is, and I think James has given like 4.75 to 5 stars for every single one. Like I think each one of them has been like hit out of the park for
So
James.
high praise from James for the series,
Yeah.
which is pretty much all I see, to be honest, is extremely high praise of these.
Yeah. I will
I'm
say
sure there are some people who don't like them because there is always like a
yeah, exactly. But there has, like, on Tuesday we talked about it, even though those weren't flawless sprints. We were talking about it for quite some time. And there were a few people in the comments who mentioned like there was a DNF, but it was because of something specific that I actually am also having a problem with. But I've been told that either there's a bit more explanation, there's reasoning for it, so push through. And I'm like, okay, because it's the only thing that I'm not liking. It's like the text messages. Like there's some
I heard you
conversations.
talking about these on Tuesday, and I'm like, I'm so intrigued to open the book so that first of all, I know what's happening. Second of all, so that I can just be in the know and see how I feel about it too. You know, like I want to know.
Yeah, you'll let me know your thoughts about it. And I literally haven't picked up the book since Sunday. So, but yeah.
From what you were saying, I feel like we would agree on what you were saying. Like I would be surprised if I disagreed with you, but we'll see how I feel when I read it.
Yeah. I mean, the dad's name is Kip, so we can't really, I mean, come on. I don't know. I don't know. That says enough. No offense. If someone in the comments, if your name's Kip, I'm so sorry, but yeah.
Got no reading done. That's totally fine. Totally fine. These are reading, productivity, and productivity can be a nap. We love a nap sprint. It can be scrolling. Productivity can be so many things. It's a blanket term for all of it.
Nourishing your body in whatever way it needs.
Rest is productive.
Yes.
Let's remember that.
Yes.
Made it to 19% of Binding 13. Don't know where I started, but that was good progress. You are getting through it. It's very large. How are you feeling about this? Because this was not on my TBR. I said this in my Kindle video. I had no plans on reading this series, and then it got picked for Katie's Patreon, and I fell for the FOMO, as one does. And everyone going, I love that series. And I was like, well, if you love it, maybe I will too. Maybe I should read it, you know? And then it was on the library and it was on the Kindle. So there's no harm, no foul, no bruise if I don't like it because I didn't pay for any of it. So, you know, well, I guess I pay for Kindle Unlimited, but like, you know what I mean? We'll see. Finished journaling and read 3 chapters.
Nice.
Read to page 172 of Final Girls by Riley Sager. Patricia, what are you thinking of this book? Let me know. This is one of the few Riley Sagers I have read. And I did not love it, but we did a buddy read of this, and there was a few people kind of all over the place with this one, as is, I think, tend to be with Riley Sager's books, to be honest. So let me know what you're thinking of it, because I'd like to know. I like to hear like everyone's, like, even if we differ in opinion, I like to know that. Like, that's fine. We can all agree and disagree on different things in books and like still have a lovely discussion about it.
Yeah, and also a little bit of a plug for Rainy Blue Reads and Keep Calm with Coffee and Books, Julie. They did their taste test, and one of the books that Rainy had Julie read was the Final Girl Support Group. So if you want to see someone's immediate thoughts who just read it, then yeah, maybe go check out their
This
channels.
is a different Final Girls.
No! Darn it! Oh, was that Grady Hendrix?
Yeah.
I always mix them up. They're just two men
Too many
write kind of scary books.
Final Girls.
They really do write very similar. Like, they're very different, but also like kind of similar concepts. But also, I do second Leandra's point that you should go watch those videos.
Yeah, my recommendation stands.
Just
Oh man, yeah, I always mix them up.
Hello, Nicole. How are you? Getting daily reading done and some tasks during the chatty bits. I also do this when I'm watching sprints. I usually will pop in headphones and have the sprints playing on my laptop or on my phone, and I'm doing other things. So usually if someone asks me a question, I will eventually come back to answer it, but it might be a minute. Leandra knows this because she'll be like, Brittany, if you're near the computer.
Like if you're there.
Read 5 chapters. Very nice. Phone was kidnapped by Moore, so that Moore could check Apple Music for the Tortured Poet Society's code word. Started my lunch break and on chapter 12 of Wild Love. sang to practice for choir. That's fun, but did not get to my audiobook, but you were practicing. That's good job. Finished 72 pages in The 3-Minute Universe. Aliens are still murderous, but oddly incompetent. Well, at least they're not good at murder. You know, like if I were to meet murderous aliens, I would want them to be incompetent at that job.
Silver lining.
Started Hunger Games yesterday and will probably finish today. I always forget just how fast paced it is. So it goes by so fast. It really does. Read 4%. This book is so long. I know this is supposed to be a romance, but I currently don't see how that's possible. It's so dark. Ooh. Stacy, I know what you're reading, but for some reason, nothing's coming to, when we know, but we don't know. But I know it's in my Discord, so I can just go look at the answer. Oh, no, that cannot be it. It's not Gemini because that's not a romance. So now I don't know what you're reading, Stacy. No, I need more. Discovering that although I can get sprints on my Kindle, I can't chat on it. I didn't even know you could watch sprints on your Kindle.
Me neither.
Yeah. It might be the Kindle that's more the tablet. The
Oasis?
What are those? Yeah. So maybe those ones that give you a bit more functions.
Could. Just got out of the shower and ended up having to wash my hair as it was really greasy after I took it out of the ponytail I put it in. Can relate. I try to hold off as long as I can, but my hair is not one to enjoy that process. Managing Libby is an art and a science somehow. It's true. We
are women in STEM. Dealing with Libby. That's what we are.
It's true. Good morning, Jojo. How are you? Didn't look at the page count this go around. I'm listening on my headphones and cleaning during the break. Nice. Getting Legendborn on hold now. Yes. It's so good. I will say it's very dense. There's a lot happening in Legendborn. A lot. So I am taking my time a bit more with Bloodmarked and just kind of letting it kind of take as long as it takes. I did not do that with Legendborn and regretted my life wholeheartedly. I tried to pick it up, as I said, during Get a Clue, which was where we had to kind of rapidly finish prompts very quickly. And that was not the time. It's not where the book would shine because I felt stressed trying to understand everything in like a condensed period of time. However, I find with book 2, because I know book 1, it's less. I don't know if you're finding that too.
Yeah, I think so. Because you have all the, I actually found that like having that break, I forgot about all the like little details. And so I had to kind of refresh myself like, okay, what does this mean? What does this word mean? Okay. But yeah, I think since I've read the first book so recently, like the ending, it's a lot better because I'm like, oh yeah, I remember this world. I remember everything. So
yeah, 100%. So I'm finding I'm falling into this a bit easier. And not that I loved Legendborn. It's fabulous. It just is very dense. So, which is common with my favorite books. Fine. If I tell you a book's my favorite book, like be prepared. Unless it's a romance, then it's probably like light and fluffy. Started Flawless last Friday. You are flying, James.
Wow.
Only read 36 pages and then finished on Saturday. I'm crazy. Page 112. Nice. Leandra is not feeling Kip. Not.
I'm not feeling Kip. Yeah. It's just he's if I meet a Kip in real life, I'd be like, buddy, started off on the wrong foot because I met a Kip. The fictional kind, but it doesn't matter.
I love James. Kip kind of sucks.
Yeah. Thank you, James.
I'm okay if like, again, I haven't read this, but in other books, as long as they're meant to be the villain, I'm okay. Like, then I'm like, okay, you've done a good job. If I hate you and I'm meant to hate you. I'm 100%. Thinking of like Aaron and Icebreaker. Like, no one's meant to like Aaron. If you like Aaron, you've read the book wrong. Like he's
like you read a different version.
Not supposed to. Working on the spreadsheet, which we so appreciate Christina for. Found a glitch in the matrix and now going through the whole thing. I am so sorry. But we appreciate you. Can I just tell you how much we appreciate you?
Yes, thank you.
Because we just appreciate you so much. But you also have a dentist appointment today. So like, how can we bring joy to Christina will now be my next goal, because Christina, you need the joy brought today. Gonna get it in one day. So I love my library coming through. Look, Libby coming through. Honestly, I feel like I'm too old for the series, but it's still kind of fun. This is for Binding 13, which I can understand because I've heard it's very heavy and very dark, but they are all teenagers. So like, that's always interesting to see like how that kind of plays out.
Yeah, especially because it is. I remember you were talking about it on your sprints. Like Bree saw it in Barnes and Noble or something on the teen shelf, like in
Right.
like YA, and you were all like, "Well, no, it is teen characters, but I wouldn't shelve it with YA."
And I think they
Oh.
age up through the series. So they might be teens in the first few books, but I don't think they are for its entirety.
Mm-hmm.
Again, this is coming from someone who has not read it. So take anything that I say. It's like, could be wrong. I could be lying. Cleaned 2 shelves in the bathroom and took a work call in that sprint. Looks like I might be starting a new job sooner rather than later. Although your emoji tells me you are unsure of whether this is a good thing. But I know that you're excited about your new job. So I'm gonna say it with confidence. Not a different Final Girls.
So I was right, but I got the author wrong / title wrong. So it's the same Final Girls.
No, it's different. She read Grady Hendrix.
But she said not the different one. I might do some YouTubing.
We need
search.
to check this because I could have sworn it was the Grady Hendrix one because I'm pretty sure it was the Grady Hendrix one. But now I'm like second guessing, like, I'm having a Mandela moment.
Oh.
Where like I'm questioning everything I know about the internet. Steph, however, is back from a library trip and picked up One Dark Window, which is a highly anticipated read. I really want to pick this up. I'm concerned because it is romantasy, and we all know that I don't necessarily always vibe. But hopefully you are excited to get to it, and I hope you love it. Kindle Unlimited is definitely a girl math situation. It really is. A bit slow, I think. It's definitely not got me hooked like the other Riley Sagers have. But I'm mildly intrigued. I'm about halfway through.
I think it's the one with the red chair on it. That's the Riley Sager one, isn't it?
No, that's Grady Hendrix.
Okay, so she read the Grady Hendrix one. Okay.
This is why authors should not have similarly named books. This is like the Evelyn's situation again.
I know, I don't get it. Like, and it honestly kind of freaks me out because the books tend to be published around the same time, and I'm like, is this reality? Like, are we real? Like, why are we repeating so many things?
That's true.
Yeah, I don't want to think about it too much.
It's a little creepy. Kelly got to 20%, and Alicia also joined us eating lunch, took my meds, and hoping to feel better soon. I do hope you feel better soon. Reading The American Roommate Experiment by Elena Armas, 17 pages into 383, and also journaling. Same, Brittany, if I don't answer, I'm not ignoring. I've just missed it. Yeah, this happens to me all the time in sprints. I'm always like, I promise I was not ignoring your question. I just wasn't here. Because if I'm not on screen, I'm most likely just listening and adulting. Have a Kindle Fire and can't comment when I watch sprints on there either. I think it's just how the app is on there. Well, interesting that you can even do it on a Kindle Fire because I'm positive you can't do it on a Paperwhite. Although maybe someone will come in the comments and be like, yes, you can. And I just didn't realize you could, which is possible. Just finished Kingdom of Back. Loved it. And perusing Libby for the next book while waiting for The Shadow Rising to be released. I am also waiting for Libby to give me The Shadow Rising. We shall revolt, Charles. Because they need to. I was supposed to start it on the 1st of April. It's still not here. It's fine.
Is it just not on Libby, or is it?
Oh no, I just have
it just has it. Wait.
It's said that I would get it 4 weeks ago
Yep.
at the end of March, and it still says I'm getting it 4 weeks.
So you're not a favorite child either.
So I don't understand why it's not moving forward. Like weeks have passed. Therefore, I should be closer to getting it. Again, math.
Yeah. You know what? Don't worry, friends. I'll talk to Mother. I'll see if she can,
Yes,
you know,
please.
spread the
Please
love.
do.
Thank you. Oh, that's right. You're reading Manacled. Thank you, Stacey. Because I was like, that's a romance, and that's not. So I've now forgotten. Do scrolled on TikTok and came across a rec for Hitched by Lauren Beale. Nice. Hello, Jean. You're working, but have us on the TV. Thank you so much. As soon as my hair is in a ponytail, it seems like my body sees it as a free-for-all. Running on the treadmill doesn't help. Yeah. Manacled is a trip. I've heard this. Have a Kindle Fire. So it must just be Kindle Fire that you can do this on. Interesting. Who knew? Just listen to sprints on the Kindle because I'm not home and my phone is elsewhere. Fair. Started checking out Blood of the Lily. By Shannon. Nice. I was like, wait a minute. I know this author. That's Shannon. I think with Kip, you're supposed to feel unnerved by him. He wasn't a good dad to Winter, and it's actually written like that in Reckless.
Yeah, I was told that. I already didn't like him, and then the text messages, I was like, I don't know if I need the text messages to dislike him. Like, I was like, I already think he's a jerk. So that's what I'm wondering. I'm like, I feel like it's almost too much, but
it's unnecessary.
Yeah.
Also, hello, Laura. Leandra will be so happy you are reading this on Sprints today. I can't say if I'm happy or not because no one can know what I thought of it because it's for a collab video that's coming out on Saturday. Yes, Saturday. I love how I look to Leandra for confirmation that I'm right. I'm like, Saturday.
And I just leaned in very creepily, like, say the right day. Woohoo! It's gonna be so fun. Yeah, Laura messaged me and was like, "Hey, like, do you own these books?" And I've been meaning to send them the covers because they wanted to see what the US covers looked like. Because obviously they've got the UK ones, which I don't know if I like the UK better or not.
I'm just wondering if I still have my copy down here. No.
Traffic. Sorry, guys.
That's okay. At any point, you might hear kid noise from my end. It's all, background noise happens. It is. 11% into the book. Just need to tell you that Kip in my language means chicken. I mean, that might work.
I knew that. Oh, Brecht, it's so funny that you said that because I was like, should I tell people that Kip means chicken in Dutch? And I was like, nah, that's not really relevant. So thank you for being the person to bring it up. I was like, you know what? He's a chicken. That's right.
That's how
Let's
we
bake him.
Think of him forever. Yes, we all need to bring coffee to Christina. That's what we need to do. Also, I would be down to visit Christina, so that would be fine too. Could you imagine? Group trip to Christina's. I love that idea. Yes, there is a Final Girls by Riley Sager and the Final Girls support group by Grady Hendrix. And they're very similar. Like they're both, one's black with a red chair, but the other one's like red with black. Like they're not far off in looks either. So like I can see how people mix them up.
And they must be published by different publishers, right? Because
I would assume.
Yeah. They wouldn't be that similar if they were under the same, I feel like.
No, because I think they came out like fairly close together. Twice the age of these characters. It definitely is more new adult. I'm going to give it at least the first book to feel it out. I'm not opposed to reading about younger characters. Yeah, it really depends for me on new adult seems to work because again, it's a little bit older. There's usually a bit more mature themes in a new adult versus a YA. YA contemporary, I've learned I am now too old. I'm too old to care.
Yeah, I think it depends on if the author is, and I don't want to say that I think the author's doing this, but if the author's trying too hard to speak to a YA audience, like they think this is what YA, they're like, oh, whereas to be honest, dialogue and characters issues should just be universal. Like we should be able to relate to it. unless you're really narrowing it down, trying to think of, oh, what will attract a 14 or 15-year-old to this book. Because like I'll read middle grade, and I think there's some accessible middle grade for adults that I'm not like, oh, I mean, some of it reads too young, and obviously the author purposely did that, but others, they just wrote a book that follows the adventure of a child, and I can follow it. So I think it depends on the versatility of the author being able to provide that range.
I
completely agree.
Yep.
Hello, Rachel. How are you? Similar names talking about me. So Riley Sager was kind of shitty when Grady published his, saying that he had the original Final Girls book. I mean, Final Girls is kind of like a pretty like common trope in like movies and things. So like to be like, oh, I am claiming Final Girls is a bit ridiculous.
Yeah. And if we're being honest, both of these authors jumped on a bandwagon when the discussion of the final girl became really popular and all of that, you know, like it was popular already, but then I think it had a certain resurgence where everybody kept talking about the final girl, the meaning of it. And I think these two authors were like, oh, I know, I can make a book about it, and really jumped on the marketing. So it's not that creative.
And really, it probably makes more sense for Grady to have a Final Girls book because Grady writes horror, and Final Girls is more in the horror genre than but I mean, if both do, that's great too. Like that's strange. 30 books all named Red Winter. It's fine. Well, even within the Chestnut Springs, we have Powerless, and then we have after Powerless, we have Reckless. And in the Lauren Roberts, we have Powerless, and the sequel is going to be Reckless. You can't tell me that's not intentional. You can't have two books with the same, like in the same order.
And I remember there was a time during sprints when like everyone was reading both Powerlesses, and I was like, which one are you reading?
Because it's very different. They're very different books. Oh, The Fire's a Tablet. Okay. That makes more sense then. I know nothing about technology unless I own it. And even then, the technology I own, questionable if I even know what to do with it. Hello, Donna. How are you? Reading Flawless. You are not the only one. We've almost got a full Flawless buddy read going on just for today, which I love it. It's great. On chapter 11. Don't know what to read next, but should probably get some of this work in progress worked on if I want draft 1 done before the summer. So if you want to read and you have options, we can help you with that. If you want us to help you crack down on your work in progress, we can also do that. So just tell me which Brittany you need. The one who's like, productivity, go, or the one that's like, you can procrastinate and read. You just tell me who you want me to be, and I'll be that for you, Rachel. Binding 13. I know this one. Anybody else, it's questionable, but because I'm also reading this one, well, not reading it, but going to read it, that one stuck in my mind. We're going to come visit for coffee. I mean, in theory. Someday, maybe. Discovered when I was trying to find the audiobook for Flawless that there are like 5 books with that title. Has anyone found this anywhere other than Audible? Because I can't.
No, and that's why I'm just physically. It's what's really nice is it's a very quick physical read. Like I was so surprised how quickly I got 50 pages done in no time at all. So I don't mind it. And I know that there's also an issue with the second book and like the audio.
Yes, I heard that. I probably will still listen to the audio, and I just won't promote the audio.
Yeah.
But that's what I've just decided to do in that instance, is that you will not hear me talk about it. Most audiobooks, you'll hear me say if I like them. You will never know I listened to it.
I think it might be an Audible exclusive though.
Yeah, but it's not as Audible exclusive. So then I was like, is it one? Who knows?
Yeah.
I'm gonna write a book, title it Reckless, make it a fantasy version, and commission the cover to be eerily similar. You know? Sure. Trash goblin mode. Coffee. I should make coffee in the next sprint. I feel like that's necessary. Gonna name my book Don't Fear the Reaper, then realize there was like a dozen books called that. And then the sequel, Fearless, after her first foul subsequent named Fearless. Spotify has it. What? How did I not notice this?
I always forget about Spotify.
I forget to check Spotify.
Oh gosh.
Oh, this is
Now I'm checking.
This is pro information.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Okay. Can I listen to it? I haven't looked at the length of the audiobook. Can I listen to it in the appropriate amount of time that Spotify lets me?
How does that work? Is Spotify, does it matter if you speed it up or not? Like, does it actually affect it, or is it?
I haven't actually listened to one on Spotify yet, so I'm not really sure. But with that, our timer just went off, so I'm going to go look into Spotify Flawless. Perfect timing. It's like, here, now you have time. And we will see you in an hour. Hello, we're back. I got to set page 70 of Blood Marked during that sprint. How'd you do, Landra?
Well, I ended up getting about 10% further into City of
Nice.
Brass. Yeah, so I'm at page 250 and I'm halfway. So it's going really well. I now will have to go to work in the next half an hour or so, per usual on Thursdays. But yeah, I feel good. I have even more questions now. I'm like, okay, the more we learn, the more I'm like, wait a second. And that's not a critique. I'm
Right.
still formulating what's going on with the two kind of main characters, like the POVs we're getting. Both of them are very mysterious to me. Like, I feel like they don't know a lot about themselves and their own history. And so as they're learning it, we're learning it. And I'm like, what is going on? So anyways, that's how I did.
Nice. Leandra also posted a video, which I'm trying to scroll frantically to where I actually linked it.
Yes.
And I'm struggling, y'all. Here it is.
Thanks.
It's here somewhere. So if you are looking for a break from reading in the next sprint, this is a great place to go. So
Thanks. Yeah, it's a very relaxed sit down video, kind of a heart to heart about book buying, I think. So if that or if that's going to be anxiety inducing, you don't need to watch it. So you choose your own adventure.
Choose your own adventure. Anna, how did you do?
I did well. It depends, because in Blood Marked, I only got a couple. I got like from 26 to 30 pages.
Yeah,
but that was because I went on a walk and I couldn't listen to it.
you did other things. Other things are totally acceptable.
So I actually got to I have the audio book of The Writing Retreat by Julia Bartz, and I'm 70% in now. So that's what I was listening to on my walk.
Nice. So we have a question of what to read, I believe. Or at least I think that's what's happening. Between the audio, If He Had Been With Me, Divine Rivals, and Fiscal, Chain of Gold, and Poppy and Midnight. So I haven't read any of these, so I am unhelpful. But thankfully, the chat stepped in and started helping them, which is great because I have not read any of these books. So I was of no help. But luckily, we are a hive of wonderful people who can help in a pinch. Christina has left us to go to the dentist. Christina, we send you all the love and support, and we will be here when you're done. Had dinner and gonna go for a walk. Yes. Another walking buddy. Probably gonna miss the next chatty bit. Totally fine. I'm still gonna be here for like 4 more hours. So like, no worries. Leandra's gonna head off to work, and I don't know how long Anna's gonna stay. Anna, whenever you need to hop off, just let me know.
Yeah, I'll figure it out.
Until then, we're just gonna keep partying here. So that's great. We had Carissa join us. Hello. Coming a little late, barely. We are only 2 sprints in. We still have lots of sprints to go. You are totally fine. Hoping to get the apartment clean before I have to go back to work tomorrow, and we'll be listening to The Dragon Reborn. I love this because I love this book. So I hope you love this one as much as I do. Now, then I saw this one come in of looking for booktubers who sprint. And there are a lot of them. So I thought instead of giving you a list of booktubers where I will definitely forget somebody, I put the link to the sprint spreadsheet because that is a thing that Vanessa, Katie, and Christina all kind of keep up and running. And we appreciate them very much for doing so. And it has every booktuber that we know of in their sprints. And if you are a booktuber and you are not on this sprint spreadsheet and you do sprints, there is a link on the spreadsheet as well to submit your sprints so that they know to start looking out for your sprints and stuff. So there's a way to get on there if you're not on there and would like to be. So that's my blurb for the sprint spreadsheet.
Good job.
Yeah, that was a good idea.
I mean, I applaud them. I could never keep this up. My brain would not be able to. The amount of work that I know goes into this is so much. And so anytime that I can shout them out for doing it, I do, because I know it's a lot of work.
100%. I mean, I barely remember to, host my own, to post mine and do everything. So it's like, oh my gosh, everyone's keeping track of someone else's sprints. Thank you. I
Literally.
appreciate it.
And there's so many booktubers and so many sprints, like to keep that all organized.
It's amazing.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
Hello, Catherine. How are you? Hoping to finish Exile Book 2 and The Keeper of the Lost Cities. Nice. Gonna eat dinner. Probably won't be back for the next chatty bit. Totally fine. I hope you have a lovely dinner. Hello, Jess. How are you? Just woke up. I'm about to get some tea and settle in for the last 4 hours of The Stand. Libby is going to take it away today. Oh, that Libby.
Libby.
You can do it. I have full faith in you. I don't know what the spoopy sounds were because I didn't hear any spoopy sounds.
Was it from Leandra? When you first came on, you unmuted.
Oh, did you unmute yourself for a second?
That's the only thing I think that's what happened. But
I missed that. I missed that. That's
yeah, like I didn't say anything, but I clicked it. I like hit the button, and I was like, "That's weird. My image didn't come on." And then I was like, "Oh, I did. I unmuted." I was like, "Oh my gosh!" And that's when I appeared muted on screen. So it was like at like a minute 30 left. So yeah,
that's the only thing I can think of. Maybe because there was like a few sounds.
Clearly my headphones blocked that from my I heard none of it. But I have 100% done this before. I muted myself instead of turning my camera back on because the buttons are right next to each other and you do it really quick and it's fine. Got to 26%. Nice. Had dinner and read to page 218 of Final Girls. Read one chapter and then scrolled Bookstagram and filled up my Libby app. Love it. Ate dinner. This seems to have been a dinner sprint for all of our Europeans friends. Watched some Booktube. Got about 15% read. I'm at 62%. Something about this book is making it hard to read. I think it's the way the female main character is written. Okay. That can happen. Sometimes it's just a writing style thing. Sometimes that's a thing. Need to restart The City of Brass. Got to chapter 4 and was like, huh? So I haven't touched the book since last week. Other than that, I got to 22% in Hitched. Yeah, I haven't read The City of Brass, so I don't know about this fantasy book, like in general, like how I would think about it. But I read enough fantasy to know that like there is a good 100 pages in most larger fantasy novels where you don't know what's going on. And then eventually your brain just like, there's a moment where like your brain just clicks in and you're like, I know what's happening. And I know what happened the entire 100 pages. I didn't know what was happening. And my brain has now sorted it. And I just kind of read until that happens.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And I was talking with Dee Dee about this. So, because when I started this, there were a few people in the chat that day who were like, oh, I'm going to start it too. We're like, okay, we're all going to start it. Great. But Dee Dee and I are the only ones, I think, in our little group who were like, this is not a genre we tend to read. This is something that we're like, what's going on? And so I understand. Yeah, but at least like it didn't take us very long to get to chapter 4. At least for me, it took me like a day. And then I was like, okay, I know what's going on. So yeah, Dee Dee, I believe in you. And also I can talk with you if you have any questions or anything like that. I mean, I'm still partially confused, but like not in a bad way, I promise.
You're like you're not supposed to know the answers to the things you're confused about yet.
Yeah, like I got answers to the other things I was like, what's happening, but now I'm like, oh, something else is happening, what's going on? So it's a new confusion, so that's kind of nice.
It's a new one. I have not read this. I've read Amina Al-Sarafi, but I have not read The City of Brass, so I went in a different order.
And I'm so surprised. I'm reading an adult fantasy before you. What is going on?
I haven't read it either.
Last year off, to be honest. Like I stopped reading fantasy last year almost completely. I did read some, but normally fantasy is my most read genre by a lot. And last year I started reading romance and I never stopped. It was just what that year was. And this year I'm doing more of a hybrid. I would say I'm probably reading more fantasy than I'm reading romance, but maybe not. We'll see how the year ends. It might be an actual more like a 50-50 split situation. which is fine. It's good. And I'm kind of putting sci-fi in with fantasy when I'm talking about that. Like I realize they are different, but the sci-fi I
People
read,
do SFF all the time, so they
yes.
kind of get grouped.
And the sci-fi I read tends to be more sci-fi written like a fantasy versus like super science heavy sci-fi. There is a difference in those. I will read the science heavy ones, but those are not the ones that I typically really enjoy that much. Didn't read it all. I did a quick 15-minute workout and started watching Becca's new Shelve It or Scrap It video. Nice. 66 pages on my phone. Not sure how many pages that would be in a physical book. I mean, I say 66 pages. It's whatever I'm reading it on. It's how many pages I did. I'm going to make dinner and get it in the oven during the break. Next sprint, maybe a nap sprint. We are always in favor of a nap sprint. Cleaning and running since last Friday. I'm exhausted. I don't know where I got Saturday from. We're just going to go with it. I wanted it to be Saturday for you, I guess. Left the gate open last night. I spent that sprint being the chicken Pied Piper and returned them all back. I love the visual of this, of you just like trying to lure the chickens back. Enjoying it so far. I like getting to know some of the other characters. I have been reading this one faster than the past couple. Same. This one's really laid out quite differently, which is, I think, why I liked it so much more. And also, it was really interesting having that discussion on people liking the layout of the first two books more, and that I liked just seeing what people kind of have preferences to. Where in the first two books, we jump around a lot. We leave perspectives pretty like almost every chapter, and we're trotting through people, where in this book we stayed with one character for maybe 5 or 6 chapters, then moved on, stayed with them for 5 or 6 chapters, and I liked that better than the hopping around. But I can also understand why someone might like the hopping around more. So it's just a preference thing. Chatted about the Hunger Games. I still haven't read Suzanne Collins' middle grade. I haven't either, but I've heard great things about it. Gregor the Overland. Gregor flies on the back of a bat, his animal companion. I've heard great things about this series, just haven't gotten to it. Hello. I won't be able to participate today. That's totally okay, but I am sorry for the reasoning that you are sick and throwing up. We send you all the well wishes. I hope you feel better. I hope you feel better quickly. Like, I hope it's a really quick bug and it's gone as quickly as it started. But I am sorry that you are sick, because that sucks. Right? We are so sorry. No fun. I have questions. I normally like dual POVs, but the main POV has me scratching my head. This is for City of Brass. Hopefully it'll fall into place, as you say. Leandra, I'm going to throw that to you because you know who the main POV is and I don't.
Yeah, so there's 2 POVs. One's Nari, so that's the woman, and then we've got Ollie, and that's the man, and I think that's who Dee Dee's having an issue with. I agree. Nari's makes a lot more sense because it's a bit more simplistic, because she's more traveling with another character and trying to get from point A to B, so it's like it's just between them and whoever they're interacting with on the road. Whereas Ollie's like within Daevabad, he's in the city, so he's dealing with so many people, like the hierarchy, the politics, the different categorizations of like different types of djinn and hybrids and everything. And so I understand his perspective is the one I'm consistently the most confused by. Like, I get answers and then I get confused again. Like, a scene just happened and I'm like, what does this mean? Like, what does this mean about his history? Because yeah, so there's like secrets, and he's like, there's inner workings, conspiracies. People are like there's like unrest in the kingdom, we'll say. And so he's kind of dealing with that as the prince, for people who don't know. So that's why he's in the mix of everything, because he's learning the ropes. He's not in power, but he has power, and it's a whole bunch of stuff. So I get it, Dee Dee.
There you go. Open to continuing the journey and reading the book is what I've liked so far. Nice. I have been here. I've just been a bit MIA. This is me sometimes too on sprints. Sometimes I will be like, oh, I didn't answer in that chatty bit. And then I'm doing so, and like, 3 chatty bits will go by. And I was like, I was here the whole time, but no one would know.
Oh yeah. Or I answer aloud because I'm somewhere else. And then I'm like, honey, they can't hear me, but like, I'm here.
Yep. This happens. You never know when I'm watching. your sprints, I guess is maybe that's that's creepy. You just never know when I'm watching, everyone. Although sometimes you'll just like if something will happen on sprints and my comment is too large to leave because it's like a funny thing. Leandra has been the recipient of this a few times where like a joke has happened, my comment's too long. So I will just voice message you. I'm like, Leandra.
And I love those voice messages.
Usually it's about something like that we have planned that nobody knows about. Like they're like secret things. So I'm like, I can't talk about it there, which Leandra, eventually we have to tell them about a thing.
We do have to tell them. And I also have to tell you about a thing that it has nothing to do. It's something that happened in one of your videos that so it doesn't really matter. It's all mysterious, but
I was like, what is happening that I don't know?
Yeah. Well, all I have to say is, everyone, I watched a video that Brittany put up and I was having a good time and then I gasped, and that's all I have say.
Oh, you're gonna need to voice message me before you go to work.
I will.
You can't leave me with this.
I will do that.
You cannot leave me with that bit of information. You absolutely can't. But yes, Leandra and I have something fun and exciting planned. We should probably tell them soon so that people have time to like prepare.
Yes, I agree. Well, we'll work it out.
We'll talk about that. No, yeah, we're just gonna hint at it for now, y'all. But you're gonna be excited. Trust us.
So excited.
A bit late, but hi, Anna.
Hi, bitches.
And this is a good moment to remind you that these are Meet the Booktuber sprints. And we have Anna here. And as you can see by the sprints, Anna is fabulous. So go subscribe, do the things, because Anna puts out wonderful videos and I love watching them. So I know you will as well. I love anytime one of us promotes the other, the person's like, hi. That's why we do it for each other so that we don't have to do it for ourselves.
Yeah, that's nice.
Exactly how it works. Because none of us are good at self-promotion. So we promote the other and it all works out. Been sitting out in the sun and periodically planting more things. That sounds lovely. I haven't really read today. It's too nice out. Yes, enjoy the beautiful weather.
Yeah.
Because we're at that point, I don't know. I guess it depends on where you live. But here in Canada, you will have a beautiful spring day, and then you might have snow. Like it switches very quickly. We're at that point of the year where like it could be warm, and then it's like freezing, and then it's warm again. Like it can't decide, and that's where we're at. So
yeah, same here.
Yeah.
Actually.
Yeah. I hate that time because like it's like what do you like, it's hard to prepare for the day if you're gonna go out. Like what do you wear layers because it might get warmer later or it might be freezing all day. Like
and your body's getting used to warmer weather, so then when it's a little bit colder you're like, oh, it's freezing. Or like I'm like, okay, now I'm used to say like 60-degree weather or something, you know, at least for Fahrenheit, and then it's just nope. I want it to be a natural progression. So that once your body's used to it, it's not, because now I'm just like, I'm sweating and then I'll be freezing. And
I agree with you completely. Also, it's allergy season and I always get like the pollen's out and I'm like, my body is being taken down by something I can't even see. Like how rude. Like it's just rude. It's rude.
It is rude. Show your face.
It's like,
let me see you, pollen.
Let me be able to see you if you're going to take me down in this fashion. Thank you so much. The internet decided to be weird. Oh no. So napping it is. You know what? Take it. I have the Gregor the Overland series on my list. I've read the first and liked it a lot. I see a series read along in the works. Not one that I can host, but I'll be there. I'm at my maximum capacity for hosting anything. Leandra and I are like, will not be us.
Yeah, like I want to participate, but not in that fashion. I will be a ghost. I'll be like, yay, everyone's having fun. And that's how
we will promote it. We will cheerlead. We may read the books, but that's
all we can promise.
We will have full intention of reading the books. The question
we will plan to read the books. That's all we can promise.
That's all we can promise. I probably prefer third.
Probably. Yeah.
I think I do too for fantasy.
I mean, for most genres, I think I trust third person more. If the first person is well done, it's really great. But I think there's more risk in first person irking me, like being in a person's head that intimately.
Yes.
Like I'm not saying that first person, it can be really well done, but I've
Mhm.
also read some really bad first persons, and I just want to take them and shake them.
There is a common phrase that you will hear me say when I read a book with a first person narrator, is that I will go, being in this person's head the entire book is exhausting, because sometimes it can be exhausting to be in one human's internal monologue for an entire book. It can be a lot.
Like seeing them be like, oh, and then I did this. No, I didn't. No, I did not. I would not do that. And I don't like being told that I did something because I didn't do it. No.
I completely understand. And you get all their inner workings more. And everyone, like, no one needs to be inside my brain. That's a scary place. Like, I don't necessarily need to be inside of a character. It's a scary place in there.
Yeah, especially with romance. I think with romance, it's hard for first person to be well done, because I'm like, I don't know, does he like me? And I'm like, you're seeing the same things I am from your perspective. If I can see that he likes you, your first person perspective is wrong. And so there's just certain things that I'm like, just put it in a third person, put it as a third person perspective, and then I don't have to think about this.
100%, especially in romance, because you get that, like, does he like me? Does he not like me? Does he like me? And then you're on his perspective in first person going, does she like me? And I'm like,
that's the worst.
All speak out loud to each other, and the book would be over. We would be done. We would be fine. Everything would be complete. Like, exactly. I know more information than both of you, but if you would just utter your words aloud.
Yes, please.
Yeah. No. Also, hello. Hello. I love when people start commenting and then realize they haven't said hello. And then they're like, oh, right, I should say hi. I do this as well. So, like, understand. Been sleeping for the last 7 hours almost. I'm glad that you're getting some rest. And I really do hope that you feel better soon. Finished Murder Most Unladylike. I think I might start Book of M before Libby takes it away. Jojo, you have to tell me what you think of this book. Okay, this is the book written by the person who wrote The Cartographers that I read during Sprint Miss that I loved. So I've been wanting to read more by the author because I loved that book. And I know Nicole, I think, read this book or said I would like it. I think. So Jojo, you need to keep me updated on this one. No, right? Now you want to. This is why we do the things, though. We want to build it up. There might be something coming from Beatrice. I love this. And here I am once again spoiling surprises. I mean, that's not spoiling surprises. It's just in getting the excitement level up.
Yeah.
Us watch. For announcements and things. Cannot keep my mouth shut when I'm excited. But there might be something coming. I'm assuming I don't know what this is, but I think I know when it might be coming. But again, my lips are sealed. We'll see. We are the same. Woke up to 3 degrees. By the afternoon, it's 25. Want to light the fire, but then cook myself by the afternoon. Exactly. Like, it's like, what do you do? Hello, Tennille. How are you? Doing a work computer backup and listening. Off work for a few minutes. Well, that's a nice little break. Technology is giving instead of taking. We appreciate that. We need you to be this excited because otherwise stuff would take a lot longer to happen. That's fair. I know what you mean. Not every unreliable narrator can be the unnamed protagonist of the Telltale Heart. It's true.
Mm-hmm.
If someone was in my head, they would probably never talk to me again. Literally, this is a mood and this is my life. Like, nobody needs to know. If I said everything that was in my head out loud, first of all, because I have anxiety, it's just me cycling through the same six thoughts in overanalyzing every situation that I have ever been in. Things like from weeks ago that everyone has forgotten happened. My brain's still like, I wonder what.
Let me replay that conversation.
Yeah.
And like we didn't need you to do that. You're like, I'm going to do it a second time, actually. Let's just keep going.
Right. Let's just replay that, because the person who that conversation was with is long ago forgotten that conversation ever happened. But my brain would like to continue to see if I handled it correctly.
Right.
It's fine. It's good times up there. It's great. That's why I read so much, because with an audiobook in my head, there's no room for the rest of it.
That's true.
There's no room for my words.
100%. And people are like, why do you read 200 books a year? I'm like, mental health.
Yeah.
That's why.
Like you know why. Think about it.
It's a dampener. It's a dampener on the thoughts.
Mhm.
Some people might know, I've talked about it with some people. Ooh. But also, yes. Oh, yes. Yes. We love a readathon.
Do it.
We love a readathon. Just don't know when, how, or with what theme. Again, very relatable.
Yeah, but you want to do it, and that's what matters. Everything else, details. You'll figure it out.
And this is something that maybe would be a good thing to talk about, because here's the thing. And Leandra and I have been doing this a while, so we know this, is sometimes you hear about something when it's announced, but you don't realize how long that has been in the works. So like, don't worry if it takes a while to kind of get all that figured out, because that's perfectly normal to take a while. Like some things take months for them to fully come to the inception of a whole thing. So like, don't stress about like feeling like you need to get it out right away. Cause I know that kind of feels that way sometimes when everyone's announcing things and doing things and you feel like you have to like just keep up, you know?
Yeah.
But
Jump
everyone
on that train, like as if they're on the same schedule as you. It's like, no, their schedule started earlier than yours. That's why they've announced it. Because,
right.
yeah.
So like, and we will want something later too. So there's always going to be people looking for something in a cyclical manner. I hope I'm making sense. I'm probably not, but
no, I think it makes a lot of sense.
Great.
Yeah.
I'm glad.
Yeah.
I hope what I'm saying is making
at least to me.
Yeah. Well, even
I
think of like when
understand.
you were planning Sprint Miss, you know, like you were planning that pretty far in advance for like a week long, you know,
Yeah.
like thing. And so just think about like, and that's like a 1 week event, which is still really big, but there's like organizing of schedules and everything else. And then when I was doing TBR-a-thon, which happened in January, I created the graphics in September. Like I was thinking of things months ahead of time and trying to figure out when I wanted to do it. And then I officially settled on January. So it's like, I know that might not sound great if you're like, oh my gosh, I want to do this thing and it's going to be in 3 months. It's your choice when you do it, but don't feel rushed.
Leandra is explaining this better than I was trying to, but it's
I'm
saying
piggybacking off of the shoulders of giants.
Both of you guys.
Much more coherent than I was, but yes, exactly. Oh, waking up in the middle of the night because of something I said years ago. Yep. It's great. Not really. Wanted to be team-based. Yes. I love a competitive readathon. Have ideas, but I'm not sure. Also, feel free to like find a couple of booktubers that you can like bounce ideas off of. That's the like, nothing is being announced. It's just like, hey, what do you think of this? And then they can kind of even troubleshoot like what could, you know, need to be thought of to make that work or whatever. Sometimes many minds can help a lot with stuff like that. Would like to do something with a road trip in mind. Ooh, I like that idea. But I don't know. Good night. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. There might be already something in my page, on your channel. What is on your channel?
We don't understand.
Also, if there's something that we need to be announcing and there's videos that we should be posting, please let us know, because I will grab the link, or one of my lovely mods will grab the link, because I have the best mods in the whole world. But we're at the end of the comments, shockingly, but we only have 35 seconds left. So I'm not going to restart the timer for 35 seconds because it would take me 35 seconds to restart the timer. Because in this ambiance mode, you can't switch it. I have to leave the ambiance mode to switch the timer.
Interesting.
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't know why, but like, it's fine. Oh, it's still under construction. Okay. On the 23rd. Okay.
23rd. Okay.
Perfect. We will keep an eye out. We love it. But that's about to go off. So we're just going to roll it into another sprint. But before we do that, Leandra's heading off.
I am.
Yes.
Bye.
we're going to say goodbye to Leandra. Thank
Bye,
you so much for hanging
Leandra.
out with us, Leandra. As
Oh,
always,
of course.
amazing.
Yeah, thanks for hosting, Anna. Thanks for being able to, hang out with us today.
Yeah, it was so fun.
Yes. Yeah, but I hope you both have a great continuation of reading sprints, and everyone in the comments have fun. I am going to the land of books anyway. I work at the library, so don't worry. I'll be here in spirit, just touching other books.
Perfect. Okay.
Not in a weird way.
I love it. Okay, we are going to head off though, and I will see you all in an hour, and we will see Leandra Sunday.
Saturday for the collaboration thing. Sunday, like for more sprinting stuff.
There you go. Okay, see you later. Hello, friends. We're back. I got to page 97 in Blood Marked. How'd you go?
I got to page 47.
There's a big difference because I have the audiobook.
Oh,
like,
I know.
I was cleaning floors while also listening. Like, if I had to sit down, I would be nowhere near.
I had to also grab my husband from school, so that took like a big chunk of my time. So
when we don't have the audiobooks, it's a different story.
I know, it really is.
It really is, because you have to stop every time you have to do stuff. But when you have audiobooks, you can just keep moving. But I'm going to be stopping here shortly for the day on this book anyway, so we can convene tomorrow and see where we're at and all the things. Because I won't be reading after sprints tonight, so I'll just see how far I get in sprints, and then tomorrow I can always go back to, what was that other book I was reading? That one. This one.
Big Magic, Small Town. Remember?
Big Magic, Small Town.
Small Town, Big Magic. Whichever one.
Yes. I still don't know how I feel about it, but like, it gives me something to do, which is always good. I always feel like having a second book in a buddy read, because then, like, if I get ahead, because also there are times where you will be ahead and I will be like, I will catch up, I promise.
I know. It's always like a dance with the buddy read.
It really is. You almost always need a second book when you're buddy reading, because nobody reads at the exact same pace or with the exact same amount of time. Because like, when I'm free, you might not be free. And when you're free to read, I might be like, I have a really busy day today. So
yeah, I feel like in March I had a buddy read, and it was a physical read as well. It literally took me half the month to read it, and I was like, I am so sorry, but that was just the way it is.
Sometimes that's totally it. You have to be like that sometimes. And this book is so dense that, like, sitting and reading it like in huge chunks, it just doesn't necessarily like work. This time I'm finding it is easier to just listen to the audiobook while I'm doing stuff, but I think that's because it's the second book and I know more of what's going on. In the first book, we're following Bree so much, trying to figure out what's going on, because we're in her perspective basically for the whole book, and she doesn't know what's happening, so we don't either. So it's
exactly.
like
and there's so much like new words and new, like everything's new.
Right. So in this book, I'm like, oh, okay, I know what's happening. I feel like at any point something's going to be flipped on its head and I won't know what's happening, but right now I feel somewhat
now it's good. Yeah.
Right now, following this better than I was at the start of Legendborn. Like, I feel like it took me a good like couple hundred pages to really like be like, I understand this book.
Definitely.
This is a great question. This is the Flocus timer, and I have it in the ambiance mode. There's like 3 different modes for the timer. But I like the ambiance mode because it comes with all these different backgrounds. So the background of my sprints is actually just the timer. I just layer people on top of it. And that's what I'm using. I like it too. I'm a fan.
Yes, I am too.
I gave up the cat because the cat was scaring people. But also, I like that this comes with like different backgrounds. Like, it even has like seasonal ones. Like, there's like pumpkins for the fall. So like there's a ton of different backgrounds. Plus, I like that it can keep it on the screen, but like not take up a lot of space. Because, you know, now it keeps us slightly on task. Because if I'm not paying attention, we could talk for an hour and never read. Which is fun too, but like, you know, especially for daytime sprints, I try to, you know, stick to some semblance of productivity, because I know a lot of you come in from work, which I appreciate, but I also know you're at work. So like,
you gotta get stuff done.
Right, you have stuff to do. So like, you can't sit here and listen to me for an hour and a half. But, you know, that's fine too. Greta has a new video that went out yesterday, everyone. So if you haven't seen it, I can't grab the link right now, but one of my mods probably will, because they are fabulous. But if not, I will get it during the next sprint. But if a mod somewhere in the vicinity of a computer would like to grab that, much appreciated. Also, hello, Chris. How are you? Reading the Sky Blues. Michaela jumped off for dinner. Good night, Michaela. Hi. And Neva's here. Hello, love.
Hi.
You did miss Leandra, but that's okay. You still have me and Anna, so like, we are here. And then a lot of hellos for Neva, as rightfully so. Taking a little break, going to the community center soon. Ooh, that's fun. Hoping to finish my Aurelium Arcane Guild book tonight. 44 pages left. You've got this. I have full faith in you. Read 10%. To be honest, I'm already thinking of DNFing, not because it's bad. I'm just not finding it. I totally understand this feeling because that's kind of the feeling about this book, to be honest. There's like, I can't pinpoint why I don't want to read it, but like, it's just not catching me, you know, but I want to give it a little bit longer, especially because I'm vlogging it. So I feel like when I'm vlogging something, I feel like I at least have to have a reasoning. Like, I can't just be like, I don't know, but like, I don't know. Like, I understand this feeling of like, there's nothing wrong.
You're just not feeling it, maybe.
I'm not feeling it.
Yeah.
And maybe that is what I will tell the vlog. We'll see. But I kind of need a second book anyway. So like, this is good to just like listen to the audio while I'm doing stuff because it is cozy fantasy. It's not like it's hard to follow or anything, but it's just a woman. Like, okay, so here's the thing. It's just a woman who is a witch and she's really invested in the events in her small town. I'm like, that's great and all, but like, she's like the social director of her small town.
Okay.
And she's really strong about how great this town is. And that's the first 90 pages of this book.
Man.
Is this book, or is it that I don't like cozy fantasy? Like, is this, someone tell me, is that what cozy fantasy is?
I actually I don't think I've read a cozy fantasy yet.
Thank you. Me neither.
I feel like I want to, like, it sounds like just right up my alley, but also I like to have plot, you know?
That's what I'm wondering. Is there no plot in a cozy fantasy, or is it just like this book doesn't have much plot? Like, that's what I'm kind of wondering. Is it a genre thing, or is it a book thing? Or is it a me thing? It could be a me thing. But I haven't read enough cozy fantasy to be like, oh no, this is just what cozy fantasy is like. And that's fine if you like that. But I'm not, if anyone has seen me review a book before, I'm not a slice of life girly. Like, I don't just read slice of life content, except in manga. Apparently, I really like slice of life manga. That's what I learned doing 30 manga in 30 days. If nothing, I'm a huge contradiction to my own self. 70 pages of hopeless. James. Amazing. The banter is amazing. I mean, do they all have good banter? Because that will skyrocket these books in my mind. Because a romance with banter.
Oh yeah,
that's everything.
I've only read the first one.
What did you think about the first one?
I gave it a 3-star, but that's I think it just wasn't. I'm hoping that like Heartless or like the other ones will be more my vibe. I just felt like I was missing the connection to the characters that I wanted. Totally. So it's probably a me thing, obviously, because so many people really love that book. But
well, and I've heard from most people that Flawless is like their least favorite.
Yeah,
of the collection. And I know the second one has single dad trope, which is typically a trope that I enjoy.
Yes. So yeah, I'm excited for next month. I'll start that.
I need to get through Flawless first.
Yeah, good luck.
Just got back from getting my son at school and realized that we are going back to his school for parent-teacher conferences tonight. Fun. I hate parent-teacher conferences. I don't know why, but I'm like, no. 0 reading, but got more tea while continuing topography research and considering making cocoa because it's cloudy. I support that. It's never a bad day for
so good.
Doesn't actually. It? And like when it's cloudy and you just like want to like cozy up. Top tier vibes. Took me forever to get my dinner in the oven. Made stuffed green peppers. Ooh, that sounds delicious. Yummy. But read for 18 minutes and read 25 pages. Parented. It happens. We all have those parenting sprints. Finished reading A Study in Drowning and got to page 136 of Ruthless Vows. I have a question. What did you think of A Study in Drowning? Because in theory, this sounds fantastic. It's dark academia. It sounds great. I have heard no one who likes it. So
yeah, I don't know if I've heard anyone who likes it either, but it does sound like I have it in my TBR because I'm like, that sounds exactly like it ticks off all of the, everything I love.
Same. And I'm like, this sounds like it has so many buzzwords for me, but nobody has liked it. I'm just like looking to find someone who likes it to support me picking it up. You know what I mean? Like as long as I find a couple people who are like, no, it's good. I'm like, okay, I'll do it. I don't need a lot of people to like it. I just need somebody to be like, yes, it's good. 29%. 302 of Final Girls, reeling into it now, only 30 pages left. That's wonderful. You're a reader when you have multiple books going and you forget the titles. Half the time I can't even remember. Like I'm usually reading one book at a time, and half the time I can't remember the title or the characters' names. Like it's bad. You should hear me before I do a vlog update. I'm like looking for characters' names. Even when I read something on the Kindle, I will do a highlight of just the characters' names so that I can find it later when I do a vlog update.
Yeah, I'm really bad with like my wrap-ups at the end because I'm like, I try to be like, oh yeah, I really liked this book. What happened in this book? I don't remember. Right. And so it's probably because I like to read 2 to 3 books at a time, depending on like the format. Usually I have like an audiobook and an ebook. Maybe I'm going too fast through them and then I'm not like picking up the plot as well.
Or my memory just cannot hold those bits of
I know. I should take notes. I just don't. I'm like, okay,
I don't either. Same. I'm horrible. Like as soon as I finish a book, unless it's a book that I either loved or I hated, those ones for some reason stick.
Yes.
But if it's anywhere in the middle, I remember.
You don't remember. You just it was fine,
Right. And even for the books that I loved, if you were like, oh, the character's name, I could tell you like, oh, this character I loved and what they're like who they were in the book, like the grandmother or the, female main character or whatever. But the name, oh no, absolutely not. There's just no way. We do really need to do this because Carissa is currently doing a read along for the Starless Sea over on Storygraph. So I need to get on that. But there's so many books, so little time.
I know.
Doing my best. 43 pages and had breakfast. Also knocked over my coffee. Oh no. So mop the kitchen. Thank goodness it's Friday. Oh, that's right. You're in the future. At least it's Friday.
Yeah. It's almost Friday.
We're getting close to Friday.
Yes.
I have another 6-ish hours until Friday.
Yeah. And you don't even have work tomorrow, right?
No. I have not. I have a clear free day to be depressed with Taylor.
Yep. Perfect.
The
perfect day.
I still have to parent, but that's it. Oh, you have parent-teacher conferences too. Is it just like the day for parent-teacher conferences? And you're also reading Binding 13. I feel like everyone's reading this because of Katie. That's what happens when read-alongs happen. Page 215 of City of Bones. 236 in Exile. It's a really good middle grade fantasy. I need something lighter considering my frame of mind. I totally understand picking up a middle grade for that. Finished Becca's video while I strained up the living room and cleaned a little in the kitchen. Finished the chapter I was on Manacled and going to start Gemini in the next one. Nice. Got to page 287 and Kelsey has done work. Yay! I was just about to say you're done for the weekend, but you're not because it's not actually Friday. It's Thursday. Going to make dinner and finish up the last 80 pages of The Whispers. No clue how I'm going to rate it. Depends on the end. Enjoying it so far. This timer actually keeps Coda and Nicole and me on task. I know it's a good timer because I like that everybody can see the countdown too. Because like with the cat, you can only see it when it's pulled up. So like nobody knows we've been talking for because you lose track. You really do. Like especially the people on screen or even the people in the comments. Like you lose track of how long you've been talking. It feels like 2 minutes, but it's been 25. Like I wouldn't have said we've been talking for 15 minutes.
No, I wouldn't either.
But we have. Like it goes so fast. So it just kind of helps keep the ship afloat this timer. So I'm sold. And I like that it just kind of keeps going. Like I don't have to really fuss with it too much. And I also don't have to change the layouts. You know how I used to have to like pull the cat up and I would constantly click the wrong layouts. Like I'm new. You know, this way I just leave it.
Yeah. And it has a good ambiance. Yeah. In the
Right.
background. So
Yeah, exactly. I like it. We're going to keep it. I hope everybody else likes it because we're keeping it. When I'm at work, I just put the volume super low and muted to keep the stream on for watch time. And we appreciate the watch hours very much. You don't like cozy fantasy? Just walk away with. I feel like this is possible that it is that I don't like cozy fantasy. Because I know, like, if anyone asks what I like in fantasy, I want you to have the audacity to make me fall in love with a character and then kill them. Like, that is the level of fantasy that I want. Does that make sense? You don't necessarily have to kill them, but like, I want there to be that kind of stakes.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like
that commitment and that like passion to.
Right. Exactly. Like you don't have to do that, but like I want those kind of stakes. Like I want there to be stakes. I don't want it to be like super fluffy. So I feel like that doesn't really lean to cozy fantasy super well.
Probably not.
So,
but
probably right.
The idea of it is really nice because I love all things cozy and like, you know, that's what I want my life to be, is like cozy and like just the vibe, you know, good vibes. But maybe in books you want something a little bit more.
Yeah, but I like cozy mystery. Again, I am nothing
That's
but a contradiction. So like, but I guess still in cozy mystery there is kind of stakes because people are like, you know,
there's still a mystery.
Like, people being captured and you know, like there's still some stakes. Maybe in cozy fantasy, there's just not. Completely understandable. Lately, I've been on my life's too short DNF stuff. Agreed. After an 8-month-long slump, I don't have much tolerance anymore. No, and life's too short, and there are so many books to read. Yes, I'll never read them all. So, like, yeah, fantasy.
Okay, maybe that's your answer there.
So it might be just, and this is, yes, it is. And I liked it. So, you know, however, it was short. So I think because it was a novella size length, I could, you know, it wasn't, if that would have been a full length book, I don't think I would have liked it as much as I liked it because it was short, it was quick, but also I really loved the characters. And I think in any book you can, if you fall in love with the characters and the characters are really good, you don't mind. Yes. Does that make sense in any sort of circumstance? Because I have seen books where I'm like, yes, this makes no sense. Like I understand that like this, there's plot holes everywhere, but I love the characters, so I don't care.
Yeah, I feel like I read Tomorrow recently, and I absolutely loved it because I fell in love with the characters. Even though I'm like, I think about the plot and I'm like, was there really a plot?
Right.
But I just loved the character so much, and like it didn't matter that the plot was kind of like then you know, like plodding along.
I do. So I feel like in the Psalm for the Wild Built, I think I would just give my life for Moose Cap, so it doesn't matter that nothing happened. If that makes sense. Or Moss Cap, not Moose Cap. Lord help me. I know what I'm talking about. Coziest fantasy I've written is my upcoming release, but I imagine the typical cozy fantasy is something like shoujo and high fantasy. All of them have amazing banter. I love this. That's wonderful news. You read the second one and gave it 5 stars.
Okay.
For
I think that's Heartless.
Heartless. Oh, it could be.
I think maybe.
Neva, let us know what.
Yeah, let us know
for sure, because I've talked about so many books between when you made this comment and now that I've lost the plot of what we were talking about. So something like My Love Story, but like with wizards and goblins or something. Actually, that sounds amazing. Kind of. Yes. That's kind of what this is. Thought parent-teacher conferences was next week. Oops. Well, at least you remembered before the conferences versus missing it. You know? Thought the first half was okay, but the second half was kind of lacking for me. Okay. Good to know. That was for the study and drowning.
That was for the study and drowning. Yeah.
Yeah. So 3.5 stars. That's not okay. It's not horrible, but I think that's what I've kind of been hearing from everyone.
Yeah. If I'm gonna pick it up, I'm gonna go with like my expectations aren't gonna be high, I think.
100%.
It's just gonna be kind of neutral, maybe.
Mm-hmm. Had dinner. Nice. 48% into Wild Love. I think I might be a Rose Hill gal. We'll keep you posted. Sounds good. Oh, reading Starling House. But at the moment, I'm doing something. Mechanical evil laugh. Well, in theory, we haven't actually picked a time or a date or anything. We've just we are going to read the Starless Sea. So at some point. Tomorrow is Taylor Day. The 19th. Who's ready to cry? Everyone. Because I don't think this is going to be a poppy Taylor Swift album. I think this is going to be a depressing Taylor.
It kind of sounds like it's going to be.
Yeah, I highly anticipate that to be the case. If it's poppy, I will be shooketh. I will be like, what? This was not what I was expecting. I'll be here for it, but that's not what I'm thinking it's going to be. Fridays in 15 minutes for me. One of our lectures got canceled, which is nice, but unfortunately, it's my favorite of the day. Well, I'm sorry that your favorite lecture got canceled, but also yay for Friday and yay for sleep.
Mm-hmm.
Love only working 4 days a week because I'm already done with the work week. Yes.
So nice.
It is nice. We had our last parent-teacher conferences in January. I'm glad not to have them before spring break. Also in Arizona, we already finished with spring break and state testing. Wow. Can't be listening or watching things while I'm at work because I'm standing next to a conveyor belt for 12 hours a day. Yeah, some jobs definitely do not lend to sprinting at work. I'm assuming that most people, when they're like, oh, I'm coming in from work, they work like office jobs. That's what I'm envisioning. Or they're Neva making food at Taco Bell. But like, again, that's a different game. Also not a fan of cozy fantasy. Oh no. That took
it did take a dark turn.
Have you never heard me say that before?
And die.
I've said this many a time. And it's not that that's really what I need to happen, but like, I want stakes. I want something. I want a high level.
You want to be invested in, I don't know. Yeah.
Since you like retellings and fairy tale vibes, I would think you would like cozy fantasy. Try Legends and Lattes and see how you feel. But you would also think, since I like retellings, that I would like fantasy romance, since technically all retellings are fantasy romance, and I don't. So that math doesn't math for some reason.
You just like what you like. Yeah.
I think the reason I like retellings, which has nothing really to do with the genre, because I read like all the genres of retellings, like I read them all, is because I don't reread books. I never reread a book, very rarely, but I want the feeling of a reread while getting a new story. So like a retelling is like coming back to a cozy story I already know while still getting something a little bit different.
Yeah, I like that.
If that makes any sense. So it's more like if I'm saying I'm reading a retelling, it's more like me saying I'm reading a reread. Like it's a new story, but it's still like a very much like set in a formula I know, a formula I understand. I kind of know what the outcome is going to be. Nothing's going to be really a surprise because it wouldn't be a retelling if it's if it started to like veer off into unknown things. It should be up, but it might not let you scroll that far back. So I can re-grab the link because I know sometimes it won't let you scroll too far. And that was from well over an hour ago. So I can re-grab that link for you, Denise. No worries. DNF'd 4 books this month. You know what? Sometimes you have to.
Yeah.
This is true. Good characters can carry a bad story, but a good story cannot carry bad characters. This is so true.
Yes.
It's true. Adore cozy fantasy, but I feel like it's really just for more contemporary readers than fantasy readers, and that seems like a very niche demographic. Totally understand. Had not DNF'd a lot this year, but sometimes I know I should. Sometimes I push through.
Oh.
And then I rarely do I go to the end of a book that I pushed through though and was like, that was worth it.
It's true. Me too. I just get so stubborn. I'm like, but I have to figure out what happens. But what if it gets good in the end? What if this next chapter is like amazing, but it never is?
It never is. It's every once in a while there's the odd book where I'm like, yes, the ending was worth it. It got better. But not worth the amount of times I do push through to figure that out, you know? A sucker for characters I can invest myself and give a love sin. Exactly. It was Heartless. Yes. Tress of the Emerald Sea is a cozy fantasy, but I wouldn't call it slice of life, so maybe that would be more to your taste. I have been told by most people not to pick this up. For one reason and one reason only, it's a boat book, and I do not like books based on a boat. And apparently it is very boaty.
I've heard that too.
So I just don't like boat books. I just keep screaming at them to be like, can we please land somewhere and get off the boat? Like, please let us get off the boat.
There's only so much you can do on a boat.
Thank you. There's only so much that can happen on a boat. And I'm like, can we land? Can we dock? Can we get off the boat now? So I just learned like that's not my cup of tea. For cozy fantasy, I recently read The Very Secret Society of Irregular Witches. Would recommend it because the characters are so lovable and there are at least some stakes. Okay, that's good. Good to know.
I liked that book actually.
Ooh.
So I guess I mean if that's classified as a cozy fantasy, then I have read it.
Well, good to know because that one is on my list to try. I know Rainey didn't like it, but Rainey does not like cozy fantasy. But I'm not sure if I do either. So
yeah. The characters were really cute. So if you really like characters,
I do.
It might help. So.
It might. Got to page 182 of A Study in Drowning. It's really dragging along. I desperately need to finish the book. Almost halfway through. This is what I'm hearing from so many people, Candy. Adore retelling so much. I need to read more of them. However, I love rereading stuff. That's fair. I'm not a big rereader. I rarely reread a book.
I was surprised that I reread all of the Hunger Games series last year.
Yeah, and I mean,
I surprised myself.
Yes, but it had been probably 20 years since I read, maybe not that long, but it had been a very long time since I read them the first time.
Yeah, me too.
So like there was a lot that I'd forgotten. Yes, Denise, I will grab that when we go into a sprint. That's true. You could scan to the end. A lot of times if I want to know the ending of a book and I'm going to DNF it, I'll just find somebody who's read it and be like, tell me how it ends.
Yes.
Great.
That's true. That's smart.
Yeah, because like especially now that I'm in Booktube, we all know someone who has read the book. Like there's a lot of us. So we would just be like, can you just tell me how it ended? Thanks. Don't like slice of life, but I did like Emily Wilde. It definitely has stakes in the second half. I heard that gets dark. So I feel like I would like it because I heard that it does get a bit dark in the second half of that book. I also do this. When I want to DNF, I look up reviews to see if other people do this as well. I do this as well.
Like, am I the only one?
1000%. I will go, I'll be like, I'm not liking this book and kind of this is why. And then I will go to 1 and 2 star reviews to see if people felt the same way as I did. And then I'm like, okay, they did. And I don't review books that I DNF like on Goodreads or anything because I didn't finish them. So like I just take them off my shelf and I'm like, okay, for me, like not for me. But I definitely do this as well. Truly Devious falls into good story, bad characters, and still loved it. I guess the characters are more mid than outright bad, but they didn't get any development until book 5. Oof. That's a long go. Meetings are done. Yay. Time to wrap up work and take my kiddos to t-ball practice. Gonna be a brisk one. Is it cold today? I would buddy read. I have Emily Wilde. Because right now I feel like Emily Wilde, or I feel like cozy fantasy is like everywhere on Booktube. So I'm having the FOMO for like Legends and Lattes, Emily Wilde. But I'm like, will I like them? Because just because something is popular on Booktube does not mean I'm going to like it. I have long ago learned that that's I'm usually the contrarian of Booktube, where I'm like, I don't like it. And before we go into a spring, because it's about to go off, I want to say hello to Stacey. Hello. I hope you love the house meat. I just finished this. But we are going to jump into our next sprint. Are you sticking around, Anna?
I think I will probably. So is it just one more? How long are you going to go for?
I'm going to go for 2 more hours. So
okay, so I'll probably be on for the next chatty bit, but then I'll leave.
Perfect.
Sounds to get some dinner ready.
And this is your reminder that this is Meet the Booktuber. Yay. And to go subscribe to Anna while we go on a break. But I will see you all in an hour. So you may have noticed I changed this to a 15-minute break versus a 30 just because we need to hop over to Nicole sprints in an hour. So that will give us time to have a little chat, do a 30-minute sprint, and then have a teeny tiny little chat before we shift over to Nicole. So I just wanted to let everybody know kind of the plan for the last hour. I got to page 120 of Legendborn, and I noticed that I only have 12 more pages until part 2. So I will probably just try to get to part 2, and then I will put it down until I figured we could like chat when we both get to the start of like the end of part 1.
Okay, that sounds great. Yeah, I didn't get very much reading done because I told you earlier, but we just moved in, so
Yes.
we are trying to fit everything, clean
Absolutely.
everything. So there's just a lot to do, but yeah, I did get like a couple more pages done, but it's really like I really am liking, I think, the direction it's going in.
Me
so
too.
far.
Me too. I'm having a good time with it, and I'm very interested in what's happening and where we're kind of going. But yeah, I just noticed that I was close to part 2, and I was like, oh, well, that's actually the perfect place to kind of be like,
Yes.
done, switch over to my other book tomorrow and try and get more of that done. So that's perfect. So that's kind of my plan. Will I get that done in 30 minutes? Potentially, maybe not. So I may finish it in the next sprint. I may finish it after the watch along tonight, but like either way, I will finish it today. We had Jess join us. Hello, Jess. Starting Love, Ruby, Lavender, a middle grade book. Yes. Oh, I didn't go back one whole one. Denise DNF'd the book. So now we're starting this one. Hello, Sasha. Good morning. How are you? I'm still not used to the time change with Australia now that we've all time changed. Like my math is off, but I feel like it's 8 a.m. Am I right? Let me know if I did that right. 90 pages into the naturals, and it's reading quick, so hopefully I'll finish it today. 89 pages read. James, killing it. Just watch Loki this sprint. Love it. I think I will end up DNFing the Sky Blues. Anyone got any recommendations for YA mystery? Ooh, I mean, this is not a YA mystery, but it's a YA thriller that I really liked, and it was 5 Survive by Holly Jackson. Really liked that book. For magical realism, the only one that's coming to mind is Spells for Forgetting, which I loved. I was on my best books of the year.
I loved it too, actually. Is that a YA? Oh, is it YA mystery?
Yeah, I didn't know it's not a YA, so that's a good point.
I don't know if they're looking for YA specifically, or if it's like 2 different, like YA mystery and then contemporary magical realism. I don't know.
Good point.
Let us know.
Yeah, no, that would be adult. This is
yes. But Spells Forgetting, I liked that one too. I really liked that. Yes.
Got to 34%. Hello, Jamie. I'm back from the thrift store and finished a bit more of my audio of Hello Beautiful by Anne Nepoti. Oh no, I've been here for 6 hours, y'all. Thank you, Anna.
Maybe. I don't know.
I'm gonna go with it.
I'm really bad with pronunciation.
I'm awful. And then when you put in like near the end of sprints, I can't talk any longer. Because I mean, I've been talking for hours. Yeah, just you get what you get at this point. Ate dinner and down to the last 50 pages. You're so close to finished. Good night, James. Good night. Yes, it's 1 a.m. Or no. What is math? It's 11 p.m. Still, it's late. Still, it's very late. 474 pages today. James.
Man.
Amazing.
That's great.
Have a good night. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. 381 of Ruthless Vows. Only 36 pages to go. Everyone's so close to finishing their books. 66 pages. It's a reread for me, and I forgot how fun this series is. I was feeling a little snackish, so I have soft pretzel bites in the oven.
Whoa,
yum.
That sounds so good.
Yum, yum, yum. Loved Hello Beautiful, one of my faves of last year. Hope you're enjoying it. Yes, good night to James. Oh, James has sprints tomorrow. Good to know. Ooh, I am correct. It's 8 a.m. We'll be doing time zone math. Little do you know is when you join Booktube, you have to do so much math. You have to do Libby math, sprint math, time zone math. Like you'd think we're reading people, but they make us do math.
Yeah, I didn't know.
Sprint math is the hardest because like you have to think about such large chunks of time. And like now that we do the train, I actually have to end like at a very like specific time.
Yes.
It's like because now I switched on Tuesdays to doing, instead of hour sprints, hour and 5-minute sprints, which sounds weird, but it's the only way not to have a weird 15 minutes at the end to the point where it's like we could sprint for 15 minutes, but like what are you going to do in 15 minutes? So it's just like easier to like spread it out.
Yeah, I like that.
The math, it's the only way the math works, but like it's weird. 50% of flawless and not hating it. I mean, that's not horrible praise, especially since you're not a romance girly, you know. That's fine. Hello, Allie. How are you? Reading God Killer. I love this. This is
I just finished it too.
What did you think of it?
I liked it a lot.
Yay.
Yeah, I think it ended up getting a 4.5 stars for me.
I love that.
Yeah, I don't know why. I think I was just like a little disconnected from the characters, and
totally fair.
But I really loved the like world building and the religious aspects and like kind of like the depth of that. So
the commentary in that book and how much she got into such a small book, because that book is not big.
Yeah.
I don't know how she did it without it feeling like cluttered.
Yeah, I think I want to read it physically because I listened to it.
Oh, yes.
And I'd like to like read it and actually dive more into the book.
Yep. I bought all sorts of stuff because I've never annotated a book before, but I bought all the stuff to annotate because I think I'm going to try and annotate a couple of my 5 stars from this year at some point, and God Killer is top of my list to do that with.
Yeah.
Because I feel like there'd be so much that I want to like star and like talk about in that book. So someday I'll do that.
I know. I always wish that I was better at annotating. Like it sounds so therapeutic, and
I've never done it, so I don't even know if I'm gonna like it, but I'm excited to try. Ooh, Lake Yore is a YA magical realism book. 5 Survive is amazing. It's great. Just finished The Coincidence Makers by Ya Bloom, which was a good contemporary magical realism book. The Book of M is sad, but I'm enjoying it so far. Okay, good to know. 5 Survive is on my TBR. We're going to rent a camper with my bestie and read it together this summer. Ooh, so that might be intense to read in a camper, just knowing what the book is about.
Oh, yeah. Is it like a thriller or horror?
Yeah.
I mean, it sounds like it. 5 Survive.
This book, when it came out, they were doing this challenge because it's written in real time. So like it's written over 8 hours for the characters, and the audiobook is 8 hours. So like it's just in real time. And there was this thing of like, can you read it in 8 hours? Because it was meant to be read in like 8 hours. So we did sprints on this channel. You'd have to scroll back a hot minute, y'all, to find them. But there are sprints where we read this book in 8 hours. So you can see my process of reading it if you want to.
I love that.
But you'd have to scroll back a hot minute because it would have been when the book came out. So over a year ago. I read her newest recently, The Reappearance of Rachel Price, and that was really good. Oh, Coda is joining. That's so fun. Love that. I will pop in to the comments because, depending on how depressed I am from Taylor, to be real honest. But I will try. I will at least come and say hello and give you a scale of 1 to 10 on how depressed I am. I had to do time zone math yesterday because of Taylor. Here you go. There. Wondered why I was an hour and 5 minutes. I did explain at the start of the sprints. I was like, I know it seems weird to sprint for an hour and 5 minutes, but every Tuesday if we do 30-minute chats and hour sprints, I have this weird 15-minute thing at the end. And I'm like, what do I do with this 15 minutes? So I was like, okay, let's just like add 5 to each sprint, and then we get out right at the right time. And it worked, but it's an odd.
Just own it. Just own it. It's fine.
You know what? Shouldn't everyone sprint for an hour and 5 minutes? You're right.
Exactly.
Like that YouTube does the math, so I know in sprints and Patreon things I can join. Yes, I do love that it tells you like in your time zone.
Yes, me. Yeah.
God Killer is amazing. Would love to annotate, but who has the time to physically read books? Yeah. This is true. That is why there is a search feature, so you don't have to scroll all the way back. Looking forward to it. Yes, Kelsey was on those sprints. They were like bonus sprints for B&K Book Club. We did read it in 8 hours, and it was a challenge, but we did it. Hello, Jen. How are you? Just got home and finished dinner. Just sitting down with my book and my wine, reading The Women. That sounds lovely. Read it in 6 hours. Nice. Very nice. Well, this is true. We could, it depends on if you want longer chats or more productivity, I guess, is the shift, which we could do. If people want longer chats and less productivity, we could do 35-minute chats and hour-long sprints. But, I figured it made sense to more tack it into the sprints. I'll have to try that one. I loved A Good Girl's Guide to Murder. Hello, Nikki. How are you? Kelsey's got the link for y'all.
Perfect.
Kelsey's on top of it. Was able to tackle a lot of the dishes during that sprint. Nice. I know. Kelsey rocks. A long time no sprinting. Okay, we are getting to the end. We got to the end of the comments, but before we go, because I think you're heading out, right?
Yes, I will be heading out. Yes.
So before we go, as we should do, we're going to say goodbye to Anna first. But first, this is Meet the Booktuber, and I'm going to do my last plug for Anna because Anna's channel is fantastic. I love watching Anna's videos, and Anna is linked in the description box below for ease of subscribing. So head on over there, click subscribe. You won't regret it. Watch a couple videos while you're at it. And it's a great place. But Anna, thank you so much.
Thank you. This was so much fun. This is my first sprint, so this was great.
I love that we were your first sprints. I hope we were a good first sprint. I hope we weren't.
Oh yeah. No, not stressful. I was I'm always a little nervous doing like new things, but
100%.
Everything was great. I wasn't nervous after we started.
I love it. I'm so glad. I'm so glad to have you. Always welcome. And already subscribed. Thank you so much, Sasha. First sprint.
Yay!
Don't worry, you're going to become addicted. Like this.
I know. I was like, I'm already thinking about like, oh, I want to go on another one. So
that's what happens. Like you become addicted to sprinting and then you're just like constantly sprinting. It's a thing, as you can tell from my schedule. Subscribed at the beginning. Thank you, James. You all are so great. This community is great and fabulous. And I think it's the best corner of the internet that there is. But we are about to go into a sprint in about 1 minute. So everyone say thank you to Anna.
Thank you.
And thank you for coming. And I'll message you about our buddy read tonight or tomorrow when I get to the end of part 2.
Perfect.
Or not the end of part 2. The beginning.
The beginning of part 2.
That's a very different part of the book. So. Exactly. You like to sprint. Videos are harder, you know.
They are. I'm sure. Well, I'm assuming.
They are, because you have to edit those. Like sprint, you just roll up.
Come on and be yourself.
Exactly. Jojo, thank you so much. I told myself I sprint once a week. I'm sprinting 3 days in a row. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was like. I'm really busy right now, but like.
Well, yeah, you just moved.
Just moved. I'm actually having a baby in May too, so it's like after like everything settles down, I'm like, I think maybe I can start sprinting, and I was like once a week, but then I might be like James too, that I end up sprinting more. We'll see.
It's also like our interaction. for the week. Like for me, I'm like, this is where I am. Oh, congratulations,
Oh, thank
baby!
you.
You baby, everyone.
I know.
That's
I'm
so
excited. But
okay. We are gonna go into our last sprint. Thank you, Anna.
bye.
Okay, everyone, let us go into our last sprint. And after this, we'll have a small chat, and then we will direct over to Nicole's. I will see you in 30 minutes. Hello. That was our last sprint on this channel. I got to only page 128. So I think I only read like 8 pages in that half an hour. I was getting set up for the thing that I'm doing next, which is a Patreon watch along, which is a good time to remind those who are planning to join us for the Bones watch along. That is happening in 10 minutes. But for everyone else who would like some more sprints, as soon as I end this, this is going to take you right to Nicole's for another 8-ish hours of sprints. So you just have to sit here. You don't have to do anything. Apparently, if you don't have your autoplay on, you will have to like say yes, go, like it'll prompt you. But other than that, that's all you have to do. So it's pretty simple. We do love the teleportation. It makes all of our lives so much easier. So let me scroll up and see what happened during that sprint. Christina came back. Hello, Christina. How was the dentist? You have a good husband. Buying you a book as a reward for leaving the house and going to the dentist. That's a good husband. We like it. We support this. What book did you get? Crystal's here. Hello. How are you, hun? In meetings for most of the day, so I can't be super present, but wanted to say hi and meet our new friend. We love this. That's okay. They're very early in the morning for you and in the middle of the night. So that's fair. Went and subbed anyway and checked out some videos in my watch later list. Yes. Nice. Good night, Chris. Thank you so much for hanging out. Everyone's just saying hello, and I love it so much. Got to 38%. Very nice. 227 pages of Heartstopper 5. Is this your first time reading the 5th Heartstopper? I have not read it. It's upstairs. And I need to read it because it's Heartstopper. But like also, then I will have to, there won't be any more Heartstopper to read. Like, it's just kind of like, I don't want to read it because that's the end for now, until there's more. So I don't know if that makes any sense. And also, like, I feel like I should just leave it for like a 24-hour readathon or something, but like, that's silly. If I want to read it, just read it. See you on the other side of the teleportation. Finished the chapter I was on for Flawless and watched. Oh no. I've been here for 7 hours, y'all. Finished the chapter I was on for Flawless and washed my hair. I went into that comment with confidence and halfway through lost the plot. Hello, Nicole. If me trying to read that comment doesn't answer this question, I don't know what else did. But we're doing good. We're having a good time. But my talking skills have started to deteriorate. Made it back just in time for the chatty bit, but making dinner went well at the conference. They did a child-led conference. Interesting. Ooh, I have that right there. I'm excited to read this. When will I read this? Who knows? Your guess is as good as mine. But the cover is so pretty. 63% in Hello Beautiful, which is a really good book so far and far easier to relate to than the Ultra Happy Family in Tom Lake. Oh, you just got it today and you picked, see, that's what I should have done is I should have just opened it upon getting it. Thank you, Coda, for hanging out with us. This is true. For reasons. What reasons? Who knows? Have supper in the oven and hopefully we'll have time to finish, have time to read tonight. No one noticed at all, Donna. Not at all. It was barely noticeable. Thank you all for hanging out with me. Ooh, yeah, that's a good question. That's a good question. So excited for today. I have no more women's prize books to read. Everyone, big claps for Nicole, because that was a project. And it was large. And I'm impressed that you got through it. And make sure everyone goes and watches all the videos. I don't think they're all out yet. I think there's still 1 or 2 more to come out, but they are very good videos. And Nicole had to read so many books. So we want to support that. Finally done with work and so ready to read for the first time today. Nice. 50% on God Killer, and I need to finish it today. Not sure if I'll make it, though. Is Libby about to take this from you? We have a lot of people trying to beat Libby in the comments today. You need to watch season 2 of the show. It's so good. It's so good. So good. Eyes are shutting on their own and heading to bed. Good night, Greta. Thank you so much for hanging out. Sun cooked, so I'm going to eat and come back. Sounds good. We will be on Nicole Sprints when you come back, but this will automatically take you. You are so welcome. I love Thursdays because we are here for a nice long time and we get to like see a lot happen with everybody in the comments. Like we have a time on Thursday. The cover is so pretty. Let me know when you read it and I'll read it with you. I would love to buddy read it with you, Christina. I would love to do that. Oh, last one comes out tomorrow. Okay, cool. Awesome. I was like, I don't think, because you just finished reading them. So I was like, there's no way the last one came out and I missed it. So I figured that was the case, that it was coming out soon, but now we know tomorrow. So we are at the end of the comments and Nicole is going to start in 5 minutes and I have to go get ready for Patreon stuff. So I'm going to end them here, but thank you so much for hanging out with me on this lovely Thursday. Thank you so much for everyone who went and supported Anna's channel. Anna's amazing. If you haven't done so already, Anna is linked in the description box below. So head on over there and hit subscribe. Thank you for everyone who is supporting this Meet the Booktuber idea that Leandra and I had too, because it's so fun to support newer creators in the space. Anyway, that's the end of my spiel. I will be back here on Tuesday night for my normal sprints at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And until then, have fun with Nicole. Bye, friends.